Okay. All right. Mic's on. Is that better? All right. We're off to a good start. Good morning. Welcome to the 28th Annual Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit. We'd like to thank all of you for attending and our host, the Community College of Allegheny County, for hosting us today. Big thanks to Apavazi for providing some drum energy to bring us into the room. And given the short time and the amount of time we want to spend with you all today, just want to get things started. And so let me introduce Jacquae Mae to lead us all in her rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. Yes.
If you could all stand, please. Now, in your pamphlets, you will see that the words are actually printed, so I encourage you to go to them. We're all going to sing this together. I'm just helping you get there. That's all. Okay? Let's make sure we're all on the same page. This was created by James Weldon Johnson. This is a celebration of Black joy celebration for our legacy of the past, the present, and the future, and then some. We are honoring the ancestors of Black people. It very much is very much. Everybody got it? You got it? You good? Thank you, Dr. Kevin. Can you please get up for Dr. Kevin for me, please? Okay, when the song starts, we're going to jump right into it, okay? So listen, if you make mistakes, keep going. If you miss a word, keep going. If you miss your sound, keep going. It does not matter how you sound. The point is that you sound and that you try. That's all, okay? You good? We good? We good? We good, Mandy. Okay. Voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. 2, 3. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading the blood of the slaughtered, out from the gloomy past, still now we stand at last, with a white gleam of a bright star is cast. 2, 3. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou wouldst have brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray. Bless our feet straight from the places, our God, where we met thee. Bless our hearts drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy head, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Let's give Jacquae another round of applause for leading us. One thing that we like to do every year at the summit is to make sure that in looking forward to the racially just future that we want, that we remember those who have carved out that path for us that we're walking on now. And so very recently, we lost a beloved member of the Pittsburgh community, as well as a former Racial Justice Summit committee member, Brother Khalid Rahim, who dedicated much of his life to justice in the prison system, to abolishing the prison system, actually, and doing work in that area. And of course, many of you have likely heard the national news of the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. There are many other people, named and unnamed, who have passed in these struggles for racial justice, and we want to make sure that we honor all these people who dedicated their lives to community, democracy, and justice for all. So if you would please briefly join me in a moment of silence to pay your respects. All right, thank you all very much for that time. And in light of that, what we do always want to make sure that we do is not just honor those who have passed, but we also want to make sure that we give people their flowers while they're still around to smell them. So with that, I would like to first introduce Ms. Thea Young up to the stage to share some words to honor our founder of the Black and White Reunion and creator of the Racial Justice Summit, Tim Stevens. So please give Ms. Thea a hand.
Thank you. Tim Stevens is a native son of Pittsburgh's Hill District and a lifelong activist for racial and social justice. When he was president of the Pittsburgh NAACP, he founded the Black and White Reunion as a result of the murder of Johnny Gamage, an African-American motorist, at the hands of officers from several suburban Pittsburgh police departments in October 1995. He stated that his intent was to bring together area Black and white residents to work nonviolently for justice for Johnny Gamage in particular, and the Pittsburgh area in general. According to the Pittsburgh Racial Justice website, he saw it as a way to bring light, not heat, to the racial divide in the city. He and a racially mixed group of residents started the Summit Against Racism as a multicultural initiative. It was later renamed the Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit. Tim called to work for justice across divisions, his insistence that the summit focus on action-oriented results that push toward greater racial equity, as well as his humor, have inspired numerous planning committee members, volunteers, and workshop presenters for 28 years. In recognition of his work, the Black and White Reunion Planning Committee is honoring him today.
Thank you, Doris. You want to get back on the mic?
So this plaque says Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit, a multicultural initiative of the Black and White Reunion, presents this award to Tim Stevens for your visionary leadership and lifelong commitment to community empowerment through the Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit, February 21st, 2026.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Very nice. I didn't know they were going to do this till they told me a few weeks ago, and I never thought about getting an award here, but I'll take it. Thank you, Doris.
You're welcome.
And we want to give a shout out to our planning committee for this honor. Absolutely, I appreciate it very much. I have been asked to bring the opening remarks. I don't want to mess up the computer here. How's everybody doing now? We all right? Okay. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being here early enough so that us in the early program won't be talking to empty seats, because that's not very exciting. But as founder of the Black and White Reunion during my first year as president of the NAACP Pittsburgh branch, it remains an honor for me to welcome each of you to this, our 28th annual Racial Justice Summit. How about that, 28th annual? Our theme for this year's conference is absolutely appropriate for all that is going on across the nation. Building community for lasting democracy and racial equity. Can we say that together? Building community for lasting democracy and racial equity. And do we have a lot to do, or what? Jesus. I certainly wish to thank our host, CCAC President, Dr. Quentin Bullock. And Jacquae, thank you for lifting us up. What a voice. Dr. Quentin Bullock and his fine staff, and our very committed and long-enduring Black and White Reunion Racial Justice Planning Committee members for the months they put into planning our 28th Summit. And Bernaza Young for facilitating the numerous planning sessions. We are certainly grateful to our many workshop facilitators led by the great Kevin Jarbo, who you just saw, one of our young leaders. Our donors and the Pittsburgh Jazz Society, or Jazz Channel, WZUM as our media sponsor. We thank those of you who will be tabling today and providing valuable information to those persons seeking opportunities to serve our community. With all the news locally and nationally about the challenges facing immigrants coming to this country and how they and the Hispanic community are being treated by some of those federal agents paid to, quote unquote, protect and serve people in this country, we are honored to have Fernanda Ruiz, the niece of the great Monica Ruiz, who at this moment is in the hospital, waiting for the birth of her grandchild. So can we forgive her for that? As you know, all of you know who's been active in this city, Monica has certainly been a strong advocate and champion for those being oppressed by this national administration. We also thank each of you for being present with us today to help move our various causes forward in our local communities and beyond. Many of you are aware that the hope of the Planning Council each year is that every one of you will be challenged by something you hear within the workshops being provided to you today, and more importantly, that you will act. Can we say act? We host the summits early in the year to give area activists an opportunity to jumpstart. Can we say jumpstart? Their commitments to action as they begin a new year. We want each of you, under the sound of my voice, to take that charge to heart and take it very seriously. Our local champion of passionate, committed action, at one time was a member, as was mentioned earlier, of our Racial Justice Planning Committee, was Khalid Rahim, whose funeral and burial I attended this past Tuesday, along with BPAP Planning Council member and Racial Justice Planning Committee member Will Anderson. The Black and White reunion was birthed out of the death of 31-year-old black businessman Johnny E. Gammons, that's J-O-N-N-Y, who was killed on October 12, 1995, at the hands of suburban white officers. It was Khalid Rahim who organized a protest or two in Brentwood, while I organized marches in downtown Pittsburgh. Khalid was truly one of the early on-the-ground organizers for anti-violence work in Pittsburgh, helping to bring about ceasefires between feuding gangs in our communities, and remained a strong advocate for peace and justice, particularly for black people, until his death. It would be great if this summit, produces more Khalid Rahims going forward, fighters who never quit, warriors for justice and equality. Each one of you in this room have that opportunity to have a lifetime commitment to activism with a strong orientation to not accept the status quo. Ironically, on the same day that Khalid Rahim was buried was also the day, February 17, 2026, that our nation lost a true national icon, a giant in the ongoing fight for civil, human, and political rights over the past several decades. That hero of mine, and for many of you here today, was the Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. As BPAP Vice Chair Dalen A. Davis, come on now, give it up for Jesse. That hero of mine, and for many of you today, was Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson. As BPAP's Vice Chair Dalen A. Davis wrote, Jesse Jackson was more than the leader of a movement. At a defining moment in American history, he was the embodiment of hope for an entire generation. His voice carried the aspirations of those long excluded from the promise of democracy. And his work helped reshape the political and moral landscape of this country. Reverend Jackson challenged America to confront its conscience. Through the Rainbow Coalition and his historic presidential campaigns, he expanded the electorate, empowered marginalized communities, and insisted that the American dream must belong to all. He did not simply speak of justice, he organized for it, mobilized for it, and demanded it. He lived long enough to witness what many once thought impossible, the election of President Barack Hussein Obama, this nation's first black president. For Reverend Jackson and for so many others who in many cases for decades marched, organized, and sacrificed that Obama's historic moment could happen. His election represented a tangible realization of the dream, and I'm sure the dream of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This accomplishment was indeed a testament to decades of struggle and perseverance. That moment affirmed that the barriers that Reverend Jackson fought to dismantle could, in fact, fall. Yet Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson understood that progress is neither permanent nor guaranteed, and have we found that out this year? In today's charged political climate, as we confront the deep divisions within this country, the rising intolerance and what many view as a quite troubling erosion of moral leadership from this White House, his legacy calls us to renewed vigilance. Can we say vigilance? Reverend Jackson taught us that democracy requires active stewardship. And may I repeat that? Active stewardship, moral courage, and an unwavering commitment to truth and equality, especially in times when those values feel under strain and under seemingly daily attacks. Reverend Jackson believed that hope was not passive, it was an action. Many of us remember that Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson taught us to keep hope alive. Can we repeat as a tribute in his memory? Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. He also preached to young black children and teens across America that they were indeed somebody. I like to have everyone in the room say out of your own mouths, and say it with power, I am somebody. I am somebody. Why is this important to say and think? Because some of us from childhood have had negative messages beaten into our psyches that we were nobody, that we were worthless. And that reality is not only for black people. Am I right? Reverend Jackson's life reminds us that leadership must be rooted in principle, compassion, and accountability. As we mourn his passing, we also inherit his charge to continue the work and to assist that this nation lives up to its highest creeds and ideals. It seems in recent years, particularly this past year, that something has changed. It seems that far too many people in this city, in this commonwealth, in this nation now feel a freedom, not the freedom we talk about, but a freedom indeed, a sense of liberation to say and to do whatever racial and hate-filled act they wish to do against black, brown, Latino, Jewish, and the LGBTQ plus communities. I don't know about you, but I view this situation as unacceptable. Unacceptable. Do you? The pictures we continue to see on our televisions night after night of federal agents treating their fellow Americans and treating people who have come to the United States of America to seek asylum and to find a new and better life. In too many instances lately, find and experience similar to acts of hatred and violence aimed at them in this country. In this past year, our nation has been torn apart by those who seek to separate us by race, by ethnicity, by religion, by sexual orientation, and by class. It is almost impossible to watch national television, but for so long because one has to switch to watch a much lighter form of entertainment. The continued negative pictures of this current America form an attack on our collective mental health. Am I right? What many of us are facing is an America that much too often reflects the ills of the 50s and 60s, while many of us had the nerve to believe in recent years and decades that many of these historic ills were at least beginning to be addressed, if not in some cases fully addressed. What I have been seeing far too often on my television screens is not the United States of America that I was taught we were seeking to be as a nation, as a young black student attending Robert Lee Vann Elementary School and Heron Hill Junior High School in my historic Hill District. I did not expect to see a time when U.S. citizens and those attempting to become U.S. citizens of this country would be pulled out of their cars for no apparent reason, would have their homes invaded without warrants, and in some instances shot dead on the streets of this nation by those supposedly protecting this nation from seriously exaggerated threats. To have parents of brown children feeling the need to keep their children home from school because of fear of their children being arrested in front of the school or at the bus stop. We as a nation are backtracking. Can we say backtracking? On what was described as, quote, a land of opportunity, a land of equality where race, gender, creed, and religion would only be terms that would help describe us as individuals, but would not be descriptions that would indeed severely limit our abilities and opportunities to succeed. We're certainly not the nation that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King described as a nation of individuals who would be judged by the content of their character. Unfortunately, folks, we are far from that wonderful picture of America that I was told as a child what this country stood for. Indeed, the pictures we are seeing and experiencing on a seemingly daily and nightly basis have become U.S. nightmares. We cannot accept this frightful picture of America. We must cry out. We must resist. We must restore our power, and regardless of our individual political leanings and orientations, we must vote our interests. We must remember to take this week of Black History Month to emulate the passion of our local champion, Khalid Rahim, and for those of us inspired by the life and leadership displayed by the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, to honor their lives not only with remembrances, but with resolve and sustained commitment, and by voting in each and every election. We must remember to act. We must remain vigilant and strong. We must remember to restore the power. The midterms are coming. Repeat it. We must remember to restore the power. The midterms are coming. We must remember to restore the power. The midterms are coming. Now let's all get to work. The nation awaits our activism and our results. Thank you very much. Restore the power. The midterms are coming.
Love you, man. Thank you for your work.
Appreciate it. All right.
Y'all will have many more opportunities to clap for Tim Stevens. I mean, oh, yeah. One moment. Thank you, Will. So, who needs coffee when you got Tim Stevens in the morning? That woke me all the way up. And I want to make sure that we keep this energy going. The message that Tim shared with us is really important. And one thing I kept thinking that entire time is being reminded of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., reminding us that hate can only be driven out by love. So in the spirit of community that we're bringing today and our theme of building connections to promote democracy and racial justice, let's not forget and let's prioritize that love is at the center of all of this. And this is one of the messages that our keynote speaker is bringing to us today. So I will introduce quickly here Ms. Fernanda Ruiz, who is a proud Mexican immigrant, educator, and community advocate, committed to advancing racial justice through education, storytelling, and collective healing. She began her career as a 2019 Teach for America Corps member in Memphis, Tennessee, where she taught elementary Spanish and partnered with students and families to advocate for educational equity. Today, Fernanda serves as a recruitment manager with Teach for America, supporting and developing future educators grounded in equity and community impact. She also works as an education consultant and counselor for Latinx students, helping bridge access and awareness for young people, particularly those who will be in their families to attend college for the first time. She provides mentorship, guidance, and culturally responsive support throughout their educational journeys. And beyond her professional work, Fernanda is a writer and member of Pittsburgh's Latinx Artist Residency, where her work explores identity, belonging, and liberation from intergenerational trauma. Across everything that she does, Fernanda is dedicated to creating spaces where communities feel seen, supported, and empowered to imagine a more just and liberatory future together. She was named one of Pittsburgh Business Times 30 Under 30 in 2023 for her leadership and community impact, and I would love for you to join me in welcoming Fernanda Ruiz to the stage this morning.
Woo! Wow. Thank you all so much for welcoming me here. It is so good to look out and see such beautiful faces. To see, already tearing up, y'all. And I'll explain why these tears are coming up for me right now. I immigrated to the United States when I was 4 years old. All of my memories are here of Pittsburgh. I immigrated to South Side. I grew up going to school on Sarah Street. I lived off of Jane Street. I would walk everywhere with my mom, to the library, to the public park, to the pool. I have such fond memories of this city. And at the same time, during that period of my life, as young as 7 years old, I remember feeling foreign. I remember feeling alien. People, kids, 7-year-old fellow students would ask me, "Are you illegal?" They would say, "My dad told me that Mexicans are all illegal and that you should leave the country." And I felt such deep isolation, deep fear, deep persecution, that me simply existing was not enough, that simply breathing and living in Pittsburgh was not enough. It was impermissible. And so I look at this room, I look at this event, 28 years and more years of activism, but I look at this room and I see so many people with such diverse backgrounds who willingly wanted to be here on a Saturday morning to build community, to think and analyze their practices and form deeper connections and build coalition together to advocate for justice. And that fills me with tears of hope, tears of gratitude that that the suffering and the pain and the depression that I felt as a little girl, but that so many Black and brown and indigenous and white kids and Jewish kids and LGBTQIA kids feel on a daily basis, that they are who they are. So thank you for giving me hope. Let's continue to give each other that hope today. Let's continue to love one another and to be that source of care and light for one another. So thank you. I just wanted to, that's me starting off. I just had to say that. But my name is Fernanda Ruiz Mendoza. I was born in Mexico City. My aunt is Monica Ruiz, the great and amazing Monica Ruiz, yes. I am not Monica, obviously. I'm not the executive director of Casa San Jose, an incredible title, incredible work that is done there. And so I come to you humbly as a beneficiary of Casa San Jose. I've been able to get such incredible support through this organization. They helped me apply to college. They gave me my first internship. They just helped me with so much. I could go on. And to this day, I now support them in a different capacity, getting to be an adult now that stewards and shepherds and guides the way for our younger Latinx community at Casa. And so I'm deeply grateful that Monica is who she is, that we all are who we are, and that Casa San Jose does what they do. And at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, I'm nervous. When she called me 24 hours ago saying, my daughter, my cousin Adriana is going into labor. I need help. She said, this is last minute, but I know you, I trust you, I love you, you're gonna fill in. and as is usually true for so many people in community, our people, our peers, they see so much potential in ourselves, potential that we often don't see. I thought, no, I cannot. I am not, the executive director. I'm not all of these things. Those immediate thoughts of unworthiness came back. Those thoughts that I'm not enough. And thankfully, I listened. I listened to my elders, and I said yes. Thank you. I said yes. And I do want to take a moment, though, to acknowledge Monica, to acknowledge Adriana, and a woman who is Mexican, who is having a high-risk pregnancy, who's currently in a hospital about to give birth to her first child, Monica's first grandchild. And I would love if we could just take a quick moment of silence. If you pray. If you want to send good vibes, good energy, just let's take a moment to think of them. Because we know that childbirth is hard, that it is beautiful, but that there's also inequities existing in our healthcare system. And I just pray and ask that she has a healthy, joyous birth. They may welcome in a beautiful, beautiful new child into this world. Her name will be Maria Luna. And so let's just take a moment for her. Because that's what we do, right? We uplift. We uplift one another. So thank you for that small little moment of love. I come here aware of the inequities, aware of what's going on across our country, and aware that I'm just one person. And we all are just one people, but when we're together, when we're gathered as a collective, as a coalition, we're strong, and our voices matter. And so I'm gonna share a bit about my experience growing up in Pittsburgh, the different challenges that I faced, but how I've come to reckon with what my role is now in pursuing racial justice and equity. Because it can be intimidated. I remember thinking, again, I am not an executive director. I'm not in this position of power. What's my role to play? How am I gonna make an impact? But there is a way for all of us to make that impact. So, like I mentioned, I came to the US when I was 4 years old. Pittsburgh is clearly now a language that Pittsburgh's clearly is home, and English is clearly a language that I speak very fluently and that I've assimilated to this country completely. I speak English better than I speak Spanish now. A harsh reality that I'm trying to get better at. But I came to this country as a young girl, and as I mentioned, I experienced a lot of racism. And what I'm now able to see is that I was a young girl breathing in the air of inequity, the air of white supremacist culture telling me, I'm not good enough, I'm not pretty enough, I need to change my hair. I used to wish that I had blue eyes, that I was blonde, that I had a simpler name to pronounce, that I could be named something like Sarah or Brittany. I used to wish that. I used to wake up at 6 a.m. in middle school and straighten my hair every day. I would shave my arms because people would tell me that I was too hairy. And those were my realities as a little kid, and it's the reality of a lot of us. And at the age of 15, it was 2012 when President Barack Obama finally implemented policy that gave me just a trickle of hope. I was undocumented when I came to the United States. I lived most of my life in fear and most of my life unwilling to dream that one day I'd be able to go to college. I just assumed that one day I'd work in a restaurant like my parents or I'd clean houses like my family. And in 2012, when President Barack Obama signed the executive order for deferred action for childhood arrivals, that was the first glimmer of hope that I had. I had a glimmer that I could go to college, that I could one day drive a car with a license, that I could buy a home one day, that I could work and not fear being deported at any moment. That hope was important. That gave me a huge privilege, but at the same time, y'all, I was still deeply afraid. I was still afraid of having the last name that I have, the face that I have, the name that I have, all these things that are out of my control. And through organizing work, through people like Monica, through people like you who told me, come, follow us. There are protests, there are rallies, there are teach-ins, we've got workshops, we have community. We are gonna show you that you matter. That helped heal me in so many ways. Y'all don't even know. To put words to how I was feeling, that it wasn't me that was wrong, but it was the system that is wrong. A system that is designed intricately and intentionally to want to barricade me, to want me dead. That helped me, but it was just the beginning. In my teen years, through Casa San Jose, through different initiatives across PA, I became really involved in organizing and youth activism. And that helped, but at the same time, again, it still didn't feel enough. I still felt that hole. And what I realized, what a wise elder said to me, is that change needs to start from within. If I don't see that I matter, that who I am is important, if I don't love this me that I am as I am, I'm not gonna be able to help. I am not gonna be able to give to others. I'm not gonna be able to stay in the fight. I'm gonna burn out. I'm gonna crash. And that was hard to reckon with, but over the years, what a privilege that I've been able to reach therapy, to have that level of support. That is a privilege. But through consistent therapy, through talking, through being vulnerable, through connecting with others and being honest about when I am just struggling, when I can't show up to that protest because I feel that I have no energy for anything, that I need to lay down. It's all part of the process to open up and to be honest with your community. All of that has taught me that it has to start with me. It has to start within. And throughout the years, I've also begun to lean on a power greater than myself. For me, that power is God. For others, that power greater than yourself may just be our community, this room, the love, the nature and the life that is all around us. That's a power greater than yourself that we can all grasp onto, and to keep us afloat in these moments where we feel like there's nothing standing or left to guide us and help us. So I come here just to share that message of hope, that message that when we're together, we're stronger, that through each other, we build each other up. Even this example of Monica calling me up and saying, I need you. That's what we do for one another. I want us to commit to that, to picking up the phone when someone answers and says, I need you. That's how it begins, and showing up. We can't overturn policies in one day. We can't abolish so many systems that are breaking us. We can't all in one day. We need to do it together, collectively, one day at a time, by lifting one another up, by telling one another, I've got you. We're actually going to turn to the person next to you and say, I've got you. I've got you. I got you. Just like Tim does. I got you. You have people here, even if they feel like strangers. I got you. We're all together, and we need one another. We can't do this alone. The forces of evil, the forces of this world are trying to bring us down, but only love can conquer, and only one another can conquer. So I think that's all I have to say. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no, they got the camera up, so we're good. All right. Yeah, let's give Fernanda another round of applause here. I want to say, Fernanda, thank you for answering the call literally at the 11th hour to be with us. Pittsburgh is blessed and honored to have you here and to have your family growing bigger with us today. So thank you. Just wanted to give a little overview of the day today. This is in your program books because, crazy enough, we're running on schedule. So you will be able to get to your workshop sessions and start building that community that we spoke of as a part of the theme. So bring your energy, bring your love, bring your insight, and we'll see you after these morning sessions to have some lunch. Join us for the Justice Jam in this room where you'll hear spoken word, poetry, music, dance, a little bit of celebration to lighten up the day and take that energy forward before the afternoon sessions. And then we'll come back for a closing conversation where we will have an intergenerational conversation happening, where we have youth from various organizations in the city of Pittsburgh, talking with some of our elders who have been doing this work in the community, bridged together by some folks in my generation, our millennial, zennial generation, to talk about looking back and looking forward and how we build those bridges across generations towards racial justice. So thank you very much, and please make your way out to the morning sessions. You'll find some volunteers to help you all out. See you, everybody. Yeah, there is one in here.
how our church is reckoning with our ties to enslavement. I would like to begin by saying the names of the people that you are going to hear about today. Their names are Sam, Savara, Jack, Nell, Paul, Suki, Isaac, Frank, Het, and Maria. And they are members of a family who were enslaved and sold by founders of my church, East Liberty Presbyterian. Their enslavers' names were Jacob Negley and Barbara Anna Weinbittle Negley. So we'll begin by telling you a little bit about how this session is going to go, but before I do that, I would like to ask my co-leaders to introduce themselves. Dr. Beverly Harris-Shentz, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Beverly Harris-Shentz, and I am what I like to call COVID member of ELPC. I joined in 2020. I've been a member for 5 years and am a member of the Facing Systemic Racism Committee that's responsible for this effort.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I've been a member since last year and have been a member due to peer pressure, thanks to Beverly, in the Facing Systemic Racism Committee, and looking forward to joining this conversation with you all.
Thank you both. So my name is Holland Barmer, and I am a maybe 20-year member of ELPC, East Liberty Presbyterian, that's what we call it. And I am an elder in our church, and I'm also one of the co-leaders of our Facing Systemic Racism team. And I want to acknowledge a few members of our church in the audience here. They're over here. Thank you for being here. Jessica Coleman and Dr. Linda. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about how today is going to go. So we have a session in 4 parts. The first part is talking about the context, a little bit of about our church as an organization, and that will tie into the activity that we are going to do at the end. We would like to tell you a little bit about what we learned. We have a full-length presentation that you can view on YouTube. We have QR codes over on sheets on the side, but we can't cover the whole thing in this session. So we'll tell you a little bit about what we learned about the family. Dr. Harris-Shentz is going to let you know what we've done so far and some possible directions of where we might be going. And then in the last part of our session, the bulk of our time will be spent on justice work in practice. It's an interactive session that will be led by Alex. So a few things logistically. I want to let you know I will be talking about violence, sexual violence and murder. I will pause at those moments when I mention those so that you can prepare. Another notice up front is that we have some reproductions, as Alex has mentioned, over here of some of our primary source materials. And then last, we respectfully ask you to hold your questions until the end after the interactive session, because we found that presenting this material can lead to some very deeply detailed questions, which we are, of course, eager to answer and eager to receive, but we also want to share with you the other material that we have for you today. So I'd like to get us started by telling you where we started as a church with this particular project. So in 2023, we asked Dr. Brock Baylor of the University of Pittsburgh to come and speak to us on the history of white supremacy and racism in the Christian church. And what was a very general question, a very general request for Dr. Baylor, received a very specific answer. Dr. Baylor came back to us with what you see here. This on the screen is a bill of sale. That is, it is a receipt for the sale of 2 women. Their names are Nell and Paul, and they are being sold by enslaver Jacob Negley, one of our church's primary founders and donors, to a man named Robert Spencer, a well-connected tavern owner and businessman. The year is 1808, and the women are being sold for $250. So we were sobered and curious to learn more about these women, and with the guiding voice of our now retired pastor, the Reverend Dr. Patrice Fowler Searcy, we began this journey, and it was her voice admonishing us and urging us to do this work, and we're very grateful for that, because that was one of the things that has brought us to where we are today. So I'd like to zoom out a little bit to our church itself to give you the context. How many of you have at least seen this church or know of it? Okay, so a few facts about our church. We are historic. We were founded in the year 1819. This is actually the 5th building that has been on this site over the past 200 years. We are a large church. We have 817 active members, and we are currently growing. We are a historically white church, and our membership is less racially diverse than the city of Pittsburgh. A few specific statistics are that we are 79% white, 17% Black or African American, and we have fractional percentages of members in the Latinx, Asian, Middle Eastern, African, and Indigenous communities. So we see ourselves as a progressive church. We are committed to radical inclusion and anti-racism. And the people that you see here are some of the members of our Facing Systemic Racism Committee. Now, besides our stated values and the way that we live in community, this committee is a manifestation of our church's organizational commitment to anti-racism. And now I realize that might sound strange and that might sound tepid, but this is related to the activity that we are going to do later, where we talk about justice work in a community ecosystem. So the important thing about a committee to understand in the context of our church is that a committee receives a budget. A committee has a voice at church governance meetings. And so this is one way our church organizationally endorses the work of anti-racism. Now, it's important for me to say that our work is not without resistance. We have pockets of individuals who might disagree with what we're doing, and we hear those, and we move along with our work. But overwhelmingly, our church, both organizationally and as individual members, are very supportive and in solidarity with the work that we're doing. So in 2021, a task force, our church formed a task force to reckon with the presence of a stained glass window that depicted Confederate general and enslaver Stonewall Jackson in our sanctuary. It had been there since the building was built in the 1930s. And so this task force reckoned with the presence of the window and ultimately recommended removing the window, which we did in 2023. And you can see that we didn't simply erase it completely, but left an outline so that we could remember what we had done by having him in our sanctuary. But an important thing that the task force that became our reparations ministry team did was acknowledge that the removal of the window was inward facing. It was, we could feel good that we no longer had to look at him, and we shouldn't have had him in our sanctuary to begin with. But the outward facing act of reparations that our team recommended was toward scholarships for Black students. And so with the support of our church's governing body of elders, we directed funds to the Pittsburgh Promises Advancing Educators of Color program, as well as the Neighborhood Academy for scholarships for Black students. So that is to say, this is not while the work that you'll hear about today is a first step, it is not the first step, and we are building on the foundation of the work of those who have come before us. So why this project in particular? First, we believe that truth-telling is a part of reparations. It is not the only part. We acknowledge that there are connections to wealth and power and restoring wealth and power that we need to do. Second, the truths that we have found out in the project to learn about our connections to enslavement, they challenge us to live our beliefs. And last, the truths show how we ourselves benefit from the very systems we seek to dismantle. And we've also found that this research provides a very tangible way for our members and visitors and people to engage with these very difficult concepts of dismantling, facing, and confronting white supremacy. So I would like to take you back to the bill of sale, the receipt that you saw at the beginning. You'll remember we were looking at a receipt of the sale of two women, Nell and Paul, by the enslaver Jacob Negley, our church's founder and donor, to a man named Robert Spencer. This was all we had to begin with. This was the first piece of evidence that we had. And so, over the course of a year, we learned that Nell and Paul were two members of a family. They were the middle generation between two generations that we found out about. So their mom and dad were Savara and Sam. Their brothers and sister were Jack, Suki, and Isaac. And they themselves gave birth to children while they were still enslaved. Those children's names are Frank, Het, and Maria. So over the course of that year of research, we spent a lot of time uncovering truths about the family's lives. And to do that, we had to look in archives as far away as Philadelphia and Ohio. And it's notable that we were not doing traditional genealogical research. We were looking at property records, that is, the records of human beings being bought and sold, human beings being bequeathed and inherited, receipts for sales. And so we were having to be detectives and find that story because in many cases people tried to hide it. It was either not given its due or it was hidden on purpose. And so the details that we uncovered, we encountered a lot of larger truths. Truths about power structures, truths about the city of Pittsburgh, and truths even about how our country was founded. So we shared an extended family history with our congregational community in June of 2025. So this is still relatively new information for our church members. And as part of our sharing of that information, we also shared with them these larger truths, and they're really the confrontation of myths and lies that we should join together in overcoming. So I'm going to share a few of those larger truths with you today. So many of you are probably familiar with the myth that says that enslaved people did only unskilled labor. We know that this is a myth, it's a lie, and the lives of this family confront that myth and that lie. Here you see an advertisement in the newspaper. The man in this advertisement is Sam. So Sam, the patriarch, was a skilled tradesman. And here the year is 1795, and Sam is being sold along with Savara and their infant son, Isaac. His enslaver, Conrad Weinbittel, a name that you might recognize from street signs, his enslaver, Conrad Weinbittel, has died. And Jacob Negley, our founder and donor, who is Conrad Weinbittel's son-in-law, is participating in tearing apart this family. We see here in this advertisement, looking for clues. So Sam would have spent long days away from his family, tending to hides, working with dangerous chemicals that could burn his skin, and generally being among a really noxious and smelly set of items, from animal carcasses to those dangerous chemicals. So one thing that we know from our research is that Sam was born in 1755. So if we do the math, he is about 20 years old at the time of the American Revolution. And now, although we don't know exactly where Sam was at that time of his life, it is highly likely that he was already working in Conrad Weinbittle's tannery, supplying leather that was used by the Patriots, who were fighting under the banner of all men created equal, and all at the time that he himself was enslaved. So another pernicious myth that the truths of this family's lives counters is the myth that Pennsylvania was a free state. And this we have noticed in presenting this information, there are a lot of people who still believe this lie. So Pennsylvania had the Act for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery, but that act did not free a single person on the day it was passed, as many of you probably know. It was exactly what the name implies. It was gradual. So the act said that babies born to enslaved mothers after March 1st, 1780 were legally required to be freed when they turned 28. And this act is often the reason for the confusing use of the term indenture, when a more accurate phrase would be term enslavement. And although Nell and Paul and their siblings were legally required to be freed when they turned 28, they were enslaved for those years. That was their practical reality. So this here on the screen is another bill of sale, another receipt, and it is from 1813. This one shows that Paul, Nell's sister, was sold yet again to another powerful man, another powerful white man in Pittsburgh, whose name is still on street signs and in the names of our neighborhoods. His name was William Wilkins. So Paul would likely be enslaved by William Wilkins until the end of her term enslavement in 1816. So the last myth that I'm going to talk to you about today is the lie that Northern enslavement was somehow kind and gentle enslavement. So in restoring some degree of truth about the lives of this family, we confront the lie that Northern enslavement was somehow kind and gentle. And two examples of this stand out, and this is where I will be talking about violence. So Northern enslavement posed the same dangers to unfree people as enslavement everywhere, and among those were murder and rape. So what you see here is essentially a wanted notice for Philip Weinbittle. Philip Weinbittle was the brother-in-law of one of our founders and donors, Jacob Negley. So in this notice, we learn that Philip Weinbittle has gone on the run after murdering a man he enslaved. Although none of the official court documents name the enslaved man, the collections of stories about prominent Pittsburghers do tell the story about a man named Jack, a recently freed black man who was, quote, coveted by a wealthy landowner. Shortly after being freed, Jack was found murdered in a clump of trees. The time and the details of these stories pieced together, doing that detective work, uncovering the hidden details, reveal the hidden truths, and we are quite confident that Jack is the person who was murdered by Philip Weinbittle. And it is no surprise, but it is still devastating that Philip Weinbittle was acquitted of that murder. Another example of the danger of violence is that in a registry of births of babies to enslaved mothers that was kept at the time of gradual abolition, we learned that Nell and Paul's children, Frank, Het, and Maria, are noted as what race they are. Frank is noted as, quote, black, while Het and Maria are noted as mixed race or mulatto. And while we don't know the circumstances of their conception, it is quite possible that Nell and Paul did not consent to have those children or to conceive them. So earlier I said that our church sees truth-telling as a reparative action, one part of reparations. And for us, we're at the very beginning of a process that we acknowledge will never be finished. So this is step one. There is more to come, and Dr. Harris-Shentz is going to tell you about what we've done so far and some possible future directions. So Dr. Harris-Shentz.
Okay. Thank you, Holland. First of all, I want to say that all of you have to join me in saying a very, very special thank you to this woman. She is the researcher. She is the person who has combed the files, who's made the travel to Philadelphia. She is absolutely a researcher par excellence, and probably the most humble person I have ever met. So I just want to give her that shout out. Okay, my name is Beverly Harris-Shentz, and as I said to you before, I'm a fairly recent member of East Liberty Presbyterian Church, but an avid member of the church and of the Facing Systemic Racism Committee, because I think we are really doing what I think is God's work. We are adding to the wisdom that's known about Black people who were enslaved by very prominent people, and that information has been lost to most of us. We've walked on those streets and seen all those names, but not known to whom they actually belonged. And clearly, this is one part of the lives those people led. I'm not disavowing other parts of their lives, but this is a part that nobody has known about. So what I'm going to talk to you about is the programs that we've done to educate inside and outside our church. So the first slide is that we actually assembled, with Holland's help and guidance, the research, but then it was critical to share this information with ELPC and with the broader community. And I want to describe our progress in that regard. So this first slide shows you something that we've been doing. She's going to show you slides, and I'm going to give you information. So first of all, it was important internally that we share the information about Nell and Paul and the family. So we had meetings primarily with Holland, with the pastors and all of the staff of ELPC. They needed to know where they worked and who they were working for and how that came to be. Second, we had meetings with Session. And as Holland has told you before, she's a member of Session, she's an elder. And Session, for those of you who are not Presbyterian, is the equivalent of the Board of Trustees of the church. They actually organize and are the elected body that govern the church. So she met with Session to tell our Session elders what was going on in our church 200 years ago. And finally, there was a meeting with the Pittsburgh Presbytery. The Pittsburgh Presbytery is the regional governing board of all the churches, Presbyterian churches in this region. She met with them as well to give them an insight into what was going on. After having done that, we then met with congregants, and we had 2 meetings. The first of those was June 29th, and this slide shows you from that first meeting. We had a full presentation by Holland, followed with questions and answers. We had about 120 of our members in attendance. They were, quite frankly, I think, awed by what they heard. Stunned is a word. People were able to ask questions, but basically that meeting was informational. We wanted to share the information first. On October the 26th, we had a second meeting with the congregation, and that was a briefer form of Holland's presentation, but it was followed by extended table discussion. Each table was given an aspect of the lives of Nell and Paul and its relationship to our current reality, and to talk about how they felt about that, to give them an opportunity to share their feelings, to share their views, and to talk in community with each other, which is something that Alex is great at, and he's going to lead us in that discussion after I've done. Slide 2, please. We had also other opportunities to share this history, and this is important. Holland prepared this whole document, this research document that is significant, but that was too much to be able to share on the quick. So she decided, with our encouragement, to create a 4-page summary of the story of this family. And that 4-page summary is extremely enlightening. It includes also documents, and it is available now for distribution in hard copy, but it is also available if you get the QR code and you'd like to read that document. It's very informative and enlightening. It gives you the overview. So we created a 4-page summary. In addition, currently there's something called the Story Walk, and that's what you see on this slide. The Story Walk is a visual presentation of the Nell and Paul history that visitors can actually physically walk through with large posters, poetry, prayers, and journaling opportunities. And this is intended for an up-close and personal involvement with this information. So if you stand in front of a bill of sale that you've never seen before, your reaction to that is quite different than hearing about it. I, for one, had never seen a bill of sale. And when I saw it, it was a different experience. To think that my ancestors were also at some point on a bill of sale. So that's something that I think is really important. And this Story Walk will be available for the month of February in the church building. I invite you all to come and walk through our Story Walk. Church is open every day except Monday. And if you go to the desk on Highland, they will lead you the way, and you can look at the Story Walk and experience it for yourself. We had visits of the ELPC parishioners to the Heinz History Center archives. The History Center has been extremely important to us in the work that Holland has done. They've been the staff has been very generous, and we had members of our church, also members of our committee, to go through that archive and look at the documents, and that's pretty amazing. We could see bills of sale, county birth records, indenture agreements, freedom papers. We could actually lay hands on that. They allowed us to see them. We also have done external presentations. We did a presentation at Bethel AME Church. There were 35 attendees. We did a presentation with the Church Without Walls. There were 15 attendees. And now we're talking to you at the Pittsburgh Racial Summit. Thank you so much for allowing us that privilege. Slide 3, please. We have also other options. As a consequence of the meetings that I mentioned to you, we ask our parishioners, what do you think we should do now? Where should we go moving forward? What kinds of things should we do with this information? How do we make it available? What kinds of reparations might be possible? These are all conversations. And these are the suggestions that we've had and the options that we have to expand the knowledge of Nell and Paul. We are revisiting the text used for church tours. As you saw from the photograph, if you haven't seen it in person, we have a beautiful building. And there are tours of that building. And in that building are beautiful things to see. There are beautiful stained glass windows. And we're thinking that the tour should be revised to include information about the family that in part made that building possible. We have segments of the Nell and Paul history have appeared in our ELPC newsletter that comes out once a month, and we want to continue that. And I should go back a step to say that on the way here, I mentioned to Holland that perhaps we should have the Story Walk as a Lenten practice in our church, that every year in Lent we put that up as a way to lament our past. We've talked about a plaque for inside or outside the building that mentions Nell and Paul. The possibility of a commission of artwork, stained glass window, tapestry, sculpture, something that represents this history and the people who are responsible. A dramatic performance of musical composition is being discussed. We have, in case you're not aware, the Hope Academy in our building. And we've talked to, in this conversation, is there something we could do dramatically or musically and present it to the population of our church? I am strong as a long-term academic. I really feel strongly that this research that I think is, as I say, par excellence, ought to be published. So I've suggested to Holland that we submit it to Presbyterian Outlook, a monthly publication, or the Presbyterian Historical Society in Philadelphia, where she has gone for some of her research, that they might include it, or an academic publication focused on history and literacy. And as I was preparing these remarks, I looked up the Journal of African American History, and perhaps we should submit it there, because this is, of course, history. This last slide, please. And finally, under discussion, when we talk about reparations, the first thing that comes to mind for many people is financial reparations. But that is only one type of reparations. Reparations are very broadly defined as to what we might do. But under discussion, we've had a suggestion of named endowed scholarships, perhaps. We have other scholarships that Holland mentioned. or some form of financial reparation for the African American community in East Liberty, because that's where Nell and Paul spent their lives. Thank you.
All right, as introduced before, my name is Alex. We're going to go into a discussion portion of our event or our session. If anyone could raise your hands, are you a part of an institution, a church, anything? I mean, BPEP, you want to raise your hands real quick just to note? What we're trying to do is bring this down to a level that we're relatable. As noted within the goals, what's the theme again for the session? For the there we go. The purpose that we're aiming for is to, and you'll see this document right over here, it's a process of kind of being able to evaluate your own work, your own placement within the work of justice work itself, and we're just gonna kind of talk about certain elements that matter in regards to moving that work forward. So the process of this session will go, I'm going to ask a question, Holland and Bev are going to model the question in regards to their own experiences with the church, and then I'm gonna ask one of you all to be able to kind of give a testimony in regards to your relationship that are also connected. Given the fact that we're not going to be able to push this forward just as a church, respectfully, just as a membership of 800, reparations isn't a movement that should be done by a lone institution. So a lot of this work as we're doing here is a part of that process of bringing people together, bringing other institutions together, and also being able to provide a model for other institutions to engage in this work themselves and get that connected. So the first question is going to be regarding where your institution is right now. Because reality, we have to start where we actually are, not where we wish we were. And a lot of justice work falls apart because we plan from aspiration instead of reality. If we are honest about what stage we're in, we could choose the strategies that actually fit our capacity instead of burning ourselves trying to perform progress. So I'm gonna ask Holland and Beverly, where would you honestly place East Liberty Presbyterian Church?
I would say that we are at the very beginning, step one, with regard to this story, with regard to other anti-race education and action. I would say probably further along, is thanks to those folks who have gone before us. Beverly, would you like to?
With the Facing Systemic Racism Committee, I just wanted to blow the horn. I didn't do these things, so I can blow somebody else's horn. But before I was involved, there have been sessions on healthcare disparities. During the pandemic, we had lots of Zoom sessions. I remember there was one summer where we had, I think it was the summer of, it would be 2021, I think. Nobody was going back to church yet. We had a list online of books that people were reading, films that they were seeing, and we were asked to recommend 1,000 things that you should read this summer. And it was amazing. You know, Isabel Wilkerson and Kendi and people like that, and films were being read and commented on online. And that was a part of the effort of Facing Systemic Racism. So it's things like that that tell me that we have really taken some good steps.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm gonna go to the audience now. Format, I'm gonna ask you to just say your name and then to the question, organization or your institution. Does anyone want to share? Or, Will, you wanna?
Sure, so I'm William Anderson. Let me stand up, back to you. From BPEP, and I would say that our institution right now is forward thinking and collaborating with other organizations to because our main focus is that, is in voting, because, voting is the true power and our true pathway to reparations. And I would say I was one of those people that believed that Pennsylvania was more of a free state. And as I'm taking notes of some street stuff now, street names we have to change because they're not. because I didn't realize that they were named after slave owners. So now that just gives us a little more work that we have to do in basically informing the community about what's going on and where these names of these streets came from. And as you all did with, changing, the picture in the window in your church. And, like I said, as an organization, we are moving forward with bringing more collaboration and bringing more exposure to the plights of the African American community, especially in Pittsburgh where we sit, because as we know, a few years ago there was a study that said that if African Americans from Pittsburgh moved anywhere in the country, their lifestyle and everything would improve instantly. And I just have a testimony of that, as I just moved my daughter to Georgia back in September. And since she's been there 5 months, her salary went from $10 an hour to $32 an hour. She's able to get a 5-bedroom apartment for $1,500. So that just proves the fact that how her lifestyle has improved, that she has moved to a place where all of her bosses are African-American females, that she calls me and tells me how shell-shocked she is because she's never seen this before. So we just have a long way to go in Pittsburgh and the most livable region to make it stand up to that for African-Americans and people of color.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess speaking of institutions, who's a city resident? That's the institution we're all a part of, right? Any city residents right there? As noted, Negley, Winbiddle, Conrad, what else we got? Spencer. So we have a few streets in East Liberty. Yeah, and look, we'll get there. We'll get there. So we're going to talk about levers. If anyone knows what a lever is, we're just talking about the spheres of influence that move things along. So a lever, as you've seen with a rock, it may be a stick that's just pushing it up to release some friction. In this situation, it may be leadership. It may be your place on the board. So I want to talk to Holland. What levers actually move things at East Liberty Presbyterian?
So Dr. Beverly and I both mentioned our elders. They are part of a body called Session, and that is the governing body of our church. They are the people who vote on essentially where the money goes, where the church's energy goes. And I would say that as someone, I am relatively new to that position. I think it has been good to be able to be at that table and to tell people firsthand what we have found out, and to be able to advocate for this work, whether it is the removal of the Stonewall Jackson window, or whether it is telling the truth about our connections to enslavement. So that's the main one that comes to mind. But it's also the congregational community. We have felt a lot of support and solidarity from people who are not active in our the activities of our committee. Those people have come to the story walk that Dr. Beverly told you about. They have asked us for copies of the summary. They are telling other people, and so those, I think, both the institutional lever and the lever of community are important to us. And do you want to?
To follow up on that question, I wanted to ask, which levers did you think didn't matter? Like a lever that didn't matter, that you thought didn't matter, but actually pushed things forward.
Well, I guess the church has the designation, a Matthew 25 congregation. And that designation means that Bible verse talks about doing for the least of these, the vulnerable, and upholding them. And I never really thought about that as being so important. But it was very important when you could turn it around and say, well, we are a Matthew 25 church. This is a part of our charge. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, yeah. So labels matter, I think. And I think that's something that we really often ignore, that there are things that we say we do, but we don't really do them. And reminding people that we're supposed to be following that is important, I think.
All right, to the movers and shakers in the room, I know there's someone here who has moved something along. Who wants to offer something? Right over here. Please share your name.
My name is Javon Rainey. I'm the mouth from the South. I'm with VIP Voting is Power, the John Lewis Transformed with Justice, and a member of Pittsburgh Higher Ground Praise Ministry. And most of all, I'm boots on the ground with Mr. Tim Stevens and others. What we have been doing is to advocate and educate in our community about voting and how important it is to each and every one of us. We're out here through rain, shine, sleet, or snow, like the mailman, to get the message out and to make sure that our communities that's in social disparities and equality will not be passed by. And I am so proud to work with such a dynamic team. We call him Father Tim Stevens and Miss Lorraine. And what I challenge to everyone in this room is to make sure that you're out there advocating and educating. Don't talk above the community, talk the plain language, because the church is the foundation. As you go back to the movement of the churches, that is the pivotal point that we must continue to go back to, the foundations of our community. So I always say, each one teach one. If you walk it, you better talk it. Because every time I turn around, people are placating to the game of voting. Keep it real. We are in a pivotal time right now for humanity, social justice, social change, and giving honor to the late, great Reverend Jesse Jackson, for he is one of the warriors that has been out here. And I ask you, are you a warrior? Or you sit by and fan by? Keep it real. And blessings to you all.
Thank you. Oh, you got, what to say? You got something to say to him? Mention boots on the ground, which goes into our next conversation about what role do you often play? Not everyone's role in justice work looks the same. Some people start things, some people connect dots, some people do the quiet work that keeps everything from collapsing. The question is about being honest about your role you naturally play so you're not forcing yourself into someone else's lane. Bev, what role do you most often play when this work gets hard?
I'm often asked to be the spokesperson. But basically, that's the role I'm often asked to play, but I'm willing to play any role. You know, I think sometimes it's important to make sure people understand that the people in the kitchen are important people, and I'm absolutely willing to be in the kitchen.
Thank you for being a spokesperson and all of what you do.
No, actually, how has your role shifted? Because you've played a few different roles. How does that, how's your role shifted over time at
I'm sorry.
at East Liberty Presbyterian Church?
How has my role shifted?
Yeah.
I think my role has shifted probably from a supporter to a researcher and, I say humbly, leader of the work to tell the truth about this. And so I have been most comfortable behind the scenes in the past, and Beverly and I were talking before the session about things that really light your soul on fire, and I have found that this work is something that lights my soul on fire. I believe Howard Thurman has a quote about that: find what you love and go do that. And so my work has shifted to be in the research and humbly in the leadership of this particular thing because it lights my soul on fire.
Now the audience. Anyone want to provide an answer in regards to what role do you often play within this justice movement? There we go.
Hi, my name is Perlina Story. The role I play is chair for the NAACP Criminal Justice Committee. And what I have been doing throughout the years is working with NAACP under the leadership of Tim Stevens, who I have learned a lot from. And what I have done there is that I evaluate people's complaints, set them up in different categories, identify the person that abused them, make sure that the person that abused them, the justice is given to those people, help people that have been injured receive justice. That's my fight for life, to help people obtain justice, and the people that hurt other people be convicted or something happened, you know, that they received what they gave out, put it that way. But I'm a fighter for justice, and that's my work for the rest of my life. And I have been doing it for about 50 years now.
Hi, I'm Darlene. I'm a recent transplant. I'm from Pittsburgh, but a recent transplant from Philadelphia. And one of the reasons why, besides I just wanted to stay still, that I stayed in this session recently, I'm looking at a lot of slave narratives on YouTube. I think I rewatched Roots and something else, and then all of a sudden these slave narratives came up, and I found out that a lot of the people, they plan well, they organize well, they might have waited a whole year before they did a rebellion, but I mean the resources and it's just phenomenal, the intelligence, the planning, the organization. They might have been upset about a family member getting sold, but they might have waited a year to do a rebellion to try to free 50 people. So I would say to you, I don't know what you would, I guess you put slave narratives, but it's just phenomenal. I can't get it off my TV. So, and I'm also involved with Pearlina and her Justice Committee with the NAACP. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just highlight the important role of listening and sharing. You can do that all the time, wherever you go, and it makes a lot of powerful movements. It brings people into the rooms, and it allows us to move forward together. Next, we want to talk about who helps sustain the work. Justice work is ecosystem work. If it depends on one person or one organization, it will not last. This question is about making our networks visible. Who do we lean on? What grounds us? And where we are isolated. So, panel, what or who networks, I think you mentioned it already with Matthew 20, what networks keep this work alive, and what momentum, when momentum is dropped?
For me, I think it's the momentum of the people on FSR. And we had two committees originally. We had the Facing Systemic Racism Committee at the church, and then we had the Reparations Committee, two separate. And we realized that it was sort of ridiculous, and we put them together, and there are more people there, and there's more energy there. But we also realized, and I think that's important, that sometimes you have a sense that in order for anything to happen, everybody has to be there every day all the time. Well, that's not life. Life gets in the way. You have to pick up your kid, your mom gets sick, you have to go see about your sister, your girlfriend, is whatever. So once we realize that people can be very important to whatever you're doing by taking on a task that they take on, they see through, but they don't have to come to every meeting to do that. Being able to sustain the work means understanding when and how people can help, and letting them tell you what their love is and how they can best help, and letting them do that, carry it through, and then step back and let somebody else step up. I think that's probably, for me, what's most valuable, the knowing that there are people there you can call to help, and they'll step in if they need it, but also that you can say, well, I can't do that one. I've got something else, and somebody else will step up. Nobody has the whole handle on it. There's no one person who is all-encompassing and all important, and each of us has to recognize it'll go without us. But we just have to help where we can.
Well said.
I'm just going to go ahead and ask Tim Stevens this question, honestly. He's been here for so long. How have you been able to sustain this work? I mean, even being here.
What?
Yeah, how do you sustain the work that you've been doing for all over this time?
You know what? I just texted my friend and said, I wish I brought my energy drink. I'm serious. I wiped myself out with the speech. Just being old and black. Well, I've been an activist for about 55 plus years now. And I basically, about 2 weeks ago, I've been kidding about this for years, but I was serious about it. And my son knows, and my niece and great niece, and some bee peppers. I said, but before I die, I'm going to have a small legal pad put in the casket for the casket. I'm going to have a small legal pad for the casket, and I said the legal pad is going to say, African Americans vote in each and every election. Well, the top of it would say, our work is not yet done. Because what's going on right now, it really isn't done. And then under that will be African Americans vote in each and every election. And then my signature. So I did that about 2 weeks ago. So the legal pad is ready. I'm not ready to go anywhere, but it's ready. But people know I have a little sense of humor. I want a pen and a cell phone in the casket. So when people walk by, they will laugh if they knew that they knew I have a sense of humor about this. They'll say, that Negro was serious about this. But my hope is, as I crafted what I did today, was to energize people, mobilize people, inspire people a little bit to do what has to be done, because the work will continue. And my orientation has just been that way. I always kid about Jones Funeral Home, and I say, my intention is, unless my brain goes more than it has, and my body goes more than it has, my commitment is I will continue to do what I do until I can't do it anymore. And my hope is, I kid, Dalen A. Davis is our vice chair now. We believe in intergenerational leadership. He's 31 and I'm 80. And I said, Dalen, do you think you'll still be doing this stuff? These many years later, we just laugh. So I just have a commitment to do what I do. That's my orientation, has been my orientation for decades. And, you know, I lie down a little bit more than I used to. You know, I do. People tell me to take care of myself. I don't know if I'm too good about that. But that's my orientation. And I think that everyone, when I said today, those of you who heard that, everyone in this room can do stuff. Not everybody's going to start an organization, either locally or nationally, and that's okay. But you have people you can influence within your circle of life. Or you may have more power than you think. If you have a complaint in life that you want to deal with, and you initiate whatever, and stick with it and gain people to be your partners, you don't know what may happen. 40 years ago, when I initiated BPEP, I didn't know BPEP was going to be here 40 years later. I didn't know that. I just stood up in front of a bunch of people and said, I'm going to initiate this project because I was upset there were no black people on city council in the mid-'80s. Did y'all know that? There had been 2, but there weren't any in the mid-'80s. When Bill Robinson was not renominated and Katie Urbis was not nominated, there were no blacks nominated by the Democratic Party. And you know, black folks have been the most consistent people supporting the Democratic Party in the history of the party. I didn't like that. So we were asked, I was in this landmark thing, and we were asked to name a complaint in life. It could be with your relationship, it could be with a job, you want a new car, new house, new apartment, or with the world around you. I chose the world around you. In me, it was, there's no blacks on city council. So I got up in front of this group, which is mainly white people, by the way. I said, we're going to start this project called, I made it up, called BPEP, Black Political Empowerment Project. Now what was funny about it, I'm done, in the early years or months, I wanted it to be called BPEP. But people would say BPEP because that's how I wrote it down, because they didn't know it was supposed to be. So what I did, I put a hyphen. So you have to say BPEP. So my point about that is you never know what your powers may be. I didn't know this thing was going to be around this long, or even have the influence that we've been able to have, at least at times. So you have to believe in yourself, right? Have something that drives you, something that motivates you, something that upsets you. But upset without action doesn't mean anything. I always tell black people, we have been victims, obviously, in this country. We have been victims, but we're more than victims. We're queens and kings, and we have to rise above the victimization to activation and activism. So there you go. Did that tell you what you want?
Definitely. Bridget.
I would like to thank each and every one of Mr. Tim, Ms. Lorraine, Mr. Sebastian, and Ms. Judy Clack from the League of Women Voters. I'm going to tell you why. Pittsburgh did not recognize the late, great John Lewis here. We started this July 17th for Pittsburgh, the first time Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania had a John Lewis Day. This is what we started here because we want to educate and advocate about the late, great John Lewis / Transformative Justice with Dr. Barbara Irwine and Darrell Jones out of DC. I went to one of the conference and I was just overwhelmed that here in Pittsburgh, we did not, as Black people, did not recognize the late, great John Lewis. Something's wrong with this picture. So here I am, out from the South, got with Mr. Tim, Miss Lorraine, and Miss Judy Clack and Sebastian, and I said, we're gonna do this. And we've been doing this for 5 years. Coming up July 17th, mark your calendar. Please join us because this is about us. Boots on the ground and get in good trouble. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for those answers. I think it really speaks to the power that taking, your small frustrations and really leaning on to your relationships after that really build on to the progress of our movement. I even just want to honor Miss Bev over here because when I first came around the church, around 21, first thing I was like, oh, the church with Stonewall Jackson, I'm good, right? I was like, why would I take that on, right? I came to another session that Bev was doing, and honestly, it's just like since then, she's been, hey, you should show up to this, you show up to that, and those relationships that you honor, the intelligence that that they share amongst you, the wisdom, it keeps and sustains the movement. Sometimes it isn't the intellectual thing. Sometimes it isn't necessarily the subject matter. I'm not honestly the great, I'm not so enthused about this subject. I think there's still more we can get to, but that's my frustration to take it on to the next level and then to build my relationships on. So I appreciate the things that you guys are sharing in regards to how things come about and which we're able to have this conversation today thanks to the work 50 years ago. What change are we actually aiming for in this situation? We use the word justice very broadly. It can mean a lot of different things in practice: reckoning, repair, governance, power, culture, policy. If we don't get specific about what kind of change we're aiming for, we end up doing a little of everything and sustaining none of it. Panel, what type of change was realistic to pursue at first?
Well, I think the change that was necessary was education. If you don't know something, you can't do anything. People always say, well, I didn't know that. Well, we're going to tell you. And then once you know it, you cannot claim gross ignorance. And I really believe that one of the things that's so important is making people aware of important issues that they have not learned, that they were not aware of. I mean, just a personal story. I went from kindergarten to a PhD, and I had, in my life, I had a Black teacher in 3rd grade. I had 2 Black teachers in high school, two Black teachers in junior high, 2 in high school, none at the university, and none at my PhD. So my knowledge of Black history, although I have what many people would say is a superior educational background at the schools that people think are really important, was this. Everything I know about Black history, I taught myself. I read, I found out, I looked for. And I have a friend, a very dear friend, who grew up in North Carolina and went to segregated schools. She knows everything. And she will say, Beverly, you don't know that? And I said, who were your teachers and who were mine? So education is all important. And if we now know, with all of the book banning and with all of the unlearning and with all of the erasure, it is our responsibility now to teach, because it's not going to be there if we don't do it. So that's my call. I think it's just so crucially important that we educate everybody about the issues that they are not aware of, about the history that they're not learning, about the events they should be aware of. I think that's critical.
I can add to that, and not very much because you've said it, most of it. But I did want to add that we have realized the importance of education, at least within our predominantly white church. We recognize the importance of having a diverse panel of presenters often, because people are responsive to different voices, and that's a way to use our community. And then I think that as far as action, we talk a lot about our education and our action, those two partner approaches. We found that when we ask people to, participate in a march, somebody is maybe not necessarily going to have an idea for an action on their own or be willing to lead it, but I think that giving people those bite-sized actions that they can take part in, that is one thing that is possible right now and that we have great enthusiasm for, I think, in our church as an organization.
Thank you for that. And once again, I'm going to cheat the audience. I'll reach out to everyone afterwards. But in regards to change that you're actually aiming for, I want to highlight Mr. Randall Taylor here in regards to some of the work that he's doing. So if you don't mind sharing what that may be for you in regards to what type of change that you are currently aiming for.
Part of the change that my name is Randall Taylor. Forever will be a displaced resident of Penn Plaza. And so the change I seek is change around housing to make this a city for, not just for some, but a Pittsburgh for all. And so we want to work to try to take the profit out of how, we want to change everything around how housing is looked at. And you'll hear a little bit of that on our presentation on the panel. So
Tell them where your panel is.
I don't know, but it's at 2 o'clock somewhere around here and stuff. So Alex, if you don't mind me mentioning something real quickly that that I've been talking about when I first heard it, like maybe 30 years ago. So you realize that there's 4 streets in Homewood named after slave labor camps. I don't do slave plantations, makes it sound too nice. So 4 streets in Homewood named after slave labor camps. Come on, y'all know them? Monticello? Come on, who's Monticello? Who knows their history? Thomas Jefferson. Mount Vernon. Hermitage. Andrew Jackson. And Idlewild, which was, I believe, James Madison. And you realize only one of them freed their enslaved people when they died, and that was Washington. And Martha didn't free hers. But the bottom line, as I was saying, building movements for housing justice, Forster 311 at 2 o'clock. So we'll be talking about a whole new world around housing and finances. So what I was saying on that, wouldn't that be something out of this Housing Justice Summit that finally, that people mentioned this for 30 years, that we actually got that changed? And you know why it's so important to get that changed? Because we have people in our community that need to be remembered that people don't. Tim Stevens, remember, is Reverend Leroy Patrick, who integrated the Highland Park pool. Some people here remember Dwayne Darkins, a man who helped pay people's light bills. He was a city councilman and things like that. So we can go on and on with people that we need to remember in our community. So wouldn't that be something, Alex, if that came out of this, that we got those horrific names, because we would never go for a street named Treblinka or Auschwitz in the Jewish community, nor should we. But we go for that, but as Doctor, as you said, it's because we don't know. Exactly right. So now we're educated about it, then we do something about it, just like Tim does.
Thank you so much. I like that. Oh, sorry, who?
Repeat the streets. Ask him to repeat the name.
Oh, repeat the streets.
Idlewild, Monticello, Mount Vernon, and Hermitage.
Thank you, Alex. I'm Lorraine Cross, and I am the BPEP chair. And one of the ways that I see that we can make the change is to follow the philosophy of BPEP, is that we vote in each and every election, and we force these politicians to hear our voice.
2 minutes? Awesome. All right. Towards the last question, what makes this sustainable? And we talked about this a little bit in regards to how heavy the work is. It's long, emotionally demanding. And if we don't talk about sustainability, burnout becomes a default. This question is about actually what keeps people in the work over time, not just what sounds good. So we're going to talk about our relationships in this standpoint. So I'm going to ask, what has helped you be able to bring people into this movement? Obviously, maybe Ms. Bev can speak to that.
I think people being curious, and it's not necessarily anything I'm doing, and I'll confess I'm not good at asking people to help or finding things for people to do, and that is a good lesson for me. Our committee has been very willing to do a lot, and so Dr. Beverly and I were talking about letting people do things before this started. So yeah, that's been a lesson for me.
The lesson I learned, is that what you're asking me about?
No, just relationships in regards to just building the work itself.
Well, the relationships are really all important. I mean, as I say, I joined ELPC during the pandemic. I wasn't in the church building for 3 years. I'm an asthmatic. So when COVID was around, I was hiding under the bed, okay? So I was at home. But the one thing that was amazing to me in those 2.5 years when I wasn't in the church, it was the Facing Systemic Racism Committee, and I'll just share that with you. I had written some short stories, and we read those stories. We discussed those stories. There were 150 people on Zoom who read the stories that I wrote. 150 people, and they led me then to write the book that I ultimately wrote with those short stories because of all the support that I got. And I thought, this is crazy. These people don't even know me, you know? But it was because they were supportive. They were there. And that was really just amazing. So asking, and I don't hesitate to ask people, as Alex, I'll walk up to anybody and say, well, you know, we really need you. And I can be persuasive, I think. But I think that's what we have to do. We need all of you. The young woman, Fernanda, who said, we need you all. It's absolutely true. It was such a beautiful story, but we do need everybody. Everybody has a role they can play. And it doesn't have to be the same, but it's something that you can give.
And the audience, this is like an altar call question. What do you need? What do you need right now in regards to sustaining this work? Is it a person? Is it a movement? If you want to share what that may be for you.
Thank you. I got here late, so if you could just summarize, like, how did you guys come upon finding out that EPC or EPLC was slaveholding? Yeah.
I know you mentioned this before about the 3-year process, like the commissioning.
Sure. We had asked a very general question. We asked a professor from Pitt to tell us about the history of racism and white supremacy. We invited him as a guest speaker, and he not only covered that in his talk, but he also showed us a bill of sale for 2 women who were being enslaved and sold by one of our church's very prominent founders, Jacob Negley. So that was the beginning.
And then our pastor, Patrice, really kept that thing going the last 3 years before she left the church. So that ultimately got the things pushing from that point.
And were you guys able to find out anything more, like as far as like maybe the slaves' lives or their deaths, or if there's like any?
Yes, we pieced together 30 years of family history across 3 generations, and we have a summary up here, and we also have a family tree, and we have a couple of reproductions of the bills of sale that you're welcome to look at. There are QR codes to download things, and we have an entire lengthy talk about what we found out.
Which, Holland, if you can continue. The historian. Yeah, what was the doctor's name again?
Dr. Brock Baylor, it's Bahler, from the University of Pittsburgh.
To that sustainability question, Holland, how would you describe, she mentioned the follow, what happened to the slave family. How would you say that work needs to be sustained? Like, what would you need, or what would the church need to continue growing this particular story? Because as you know, we're a small committee. We don't have the amount of research. So, like, what would that look like to continue what we're doing here?
So I think that, one way, and this is not the only way, but something that we have seen is helpful is that for the story walk, Dr. Beverly mentioned, other committees in the church actually put the bulk of that together. We had the firsthand sources, but they provided meditations and poems and things that really kind of strike at their committee's goals. And so I think that the collaboration with other parts of the church is really helpful and will be helpful to sustain the work and take it in the directions that it needs to go.
So we'll close this out now. Thank you all for being a part of this discussion. We want to end by just grounding us in the reality that this work isn't moment work, it is relationship work. The work continues in spaces you go back to, so the most practical question we can leave with is, who do I need to stay connected with so this doesn't become a one-time conversation? I'm just going to let you ponder that, actually, because I know we have some time constraints, correct? Or where are we at, Tim, or who?
Yeah, we're at 12:30.
12:30, yeah, okay, so we are here. So once again, I do want to thank you all for being a part of this, and I know we want to just remind you all, once again, justice work is ecosystem work. It is slow work. It is relational work. It is sustained through people, networks, and care, not moments alone. And once again, the work that you're able, well, actually the QR code disappeared. Someone took that. Yeah. Sorry, board. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, I'm coming. You coming? Oh.
You talked about these two ladies who were actually enslaved through the East Liberty Presbyterian Church. In your work, especially you, have you found other local churches being involved in such activity in the past?
Yes. So we mentioned the enslaver William Wilkins, whose name is on various things in Pittsburgh, his family name. William Wilkins was a prominent member of First Presbyterian Church downtown. And one of the things that we found about Wilkins was in the Presbyterian Historical Society's archive in Philadelphia. And it's very telling because Wilkins was a Presbyterian. Spencer, who Jacob Negley sold Nell and Paul to, was a Presbyterian. And so I believe that as Presbyterians, that is something larger we can reckon with. Also, I'm reminded that there was a farmer also who, this is a long story, but I'll try to condense it. Sam Savara and baby Isaac were sold to a farmer in Westmoreland County, and we often think these rural Presbyterians, they were just poor farmers, but this Logan man, he was a Presbyterian in a small church in Westmoreland County, and he actually enslaved more people that we know about than the ones that we know about from Negley. So that you strike at a question that has a lot of roots. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Well, first of all, as the Black and White Reunion, one thing that East Liberty Presbyterian Church was very helpful at the very beginning, hosting our meetings and then hosting the summit against racism, until you did your renovations at the church. And Pastor Patrice and Pastor Randy Bush were very helpful and through the years providing financial support for us. Also, I wanted to say, talking about sustainability, I know for the planning committee, the Black and White Reunion, as you were saying, relationships were important, not just doing the work, but finding time to have dinners and picnics and things to strengthen those bonds. Also, talking about recruiting people, this is sort of a plug for the closing panel, the intergenerational panel that we're going to have at the end of the summit. Welcoming younger people in, tying them into the movement is important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I believe that's going to end our panel. Alex, you want to have anything else to close us out?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was good.
You rocked it.
Oh, no, you did great. I mean,
Awesome.
I always love how you tell the story,
Aw.
capture it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like
We have some amazing musicians with us here this evening. We have on the piano Mr. Joe DeFazio. We have on the bass at this time Ms. Lori Russo. On the drum kit, Mr. Joel Fadness. And on the African drums, give it up for Kelly E. Parker, band leader of Abafazi. We're gonna get things started here momentarily. This is what is known in the business and in the movement as sound check. And this is a blues in F. To have these wonderful people watching, joining us for some music. Thank you for listening in person. If you're listening on the internet, thank you so much for attending the Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit. This is a song I wrote called Save You, Save Me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. You want me to save you, I want you to save me, but we've got to save each other if we're going to be free. You want me to save you, I want you to save me, and we've got to save each other if we're going to be free. I woke up this morning with a song in my hand. I tried to record it before I got out that bed. Reached for my phone inside of my dream, but dream phones don't work, if you know what I mean. Then I woke up, but before I could rise, I recorded these words before I opened my
You want me to save you, I want you to save me. We've got to save each other if we're going to be free. You want me to save you, I want you to save me. But we've got to save each other if we're going to be free.
Take it, Joe.
You want me to save you, I want you to save me.
But we've
Got to save each other if we're going to be free.
You want me to save you,
I want you to save me.
and we've
Got to save each other if we're going to be free.
I wing in this song for all who will hear. It's a message of love, one we should not fear. Can't do this alone if we're going to live. We must learn how to share, learn how to give. If you hear my song, just make it your own. We're going nowhere if we go there alone.
You want me to save you, I want you to save me.
But we've
Got to save each other if we're going to be free. You want me to save you, I want you to save me.
But we've
Got to save each other if we're going to be free.
You want me to save you,
I want you to save me.
but we've got to save each other if we're going to be free. Thank you all so much. I'm Fat Mandy. This is our Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit Justice Jam.
Fat Man D, give it up.
Joe DeFazio, Kelly E. Parker, Lori Russo, Joel Fadness. Our first guest is going to be Lori and Kelly. And you guys. And these guys. If somebody's out there, tell Tim and Jacquae we want them up on deck. If anybody can see Tim Stevens and Jacquae Mae, tell them after this next couple songs I'd like them back if they're available. Thank you, Gordon. I love you. You're pretty.
My soul is weary. My soul is weary. My soul is weary. I said my soul is weary. My soul soul is weary, beating down from all my misery. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? My soul is weary, beating down all my misery. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? Day after day, day after day, day after day, day after day. Got a hole in my heart and it keeps me bound. Oh, while the world is free. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? Got a hold of my heart and it keeps me bound. Well, the whole wide world is free. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? Wait on the day, day after day, day after day, after day. All right, Joe, day after day. My home is a wreckage, fell ground, blind from poverty. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? My home is a wreckage, family ground and blind in poverty. Oh Lord, who will comfort me? 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 Comfort me, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, who will comfort me? Thank you, that's Melody Gardell's song. I think we're going to do one more with Kelly and then, okay. Then you have to do them all the way out.
here. He's eating his lunch. So theoretically, Tim is going to sing, but I don't have the ability to, or the desire to rush him. That was my good friend Lori Russo. Give it up for Lori Russo of a song that she wrote. I'm not sure what this next one is. I'm just gonna put a mic on these drums, and we're gonna keep the music going till 1:45. It's short.
Don't let the devil ride. No, don't let the devil ride. If you let him ride, so don't wanna drive, don't let him ride. No, don't let him ride with you. No, don't let him ride with you. If you let him ride, soon don't wanna drive, don't let him ride. Kelly Parker. No, don't let the devil ride. No, don't let the devil ride. If you let him ride, soon don't wanna drive, don't let him ride. If you let him ride, soon don't wanna drive, don't let him ride. If you let him drive, soon don't wanna drive, don't let him ride. No, don't let him ride. No, don't let the devil ride. Don't let him ride. Thank you.
Give it up for Lori Russo. Thank you. Give it up for Lori Russo and Kelly E. Parker.
Thank you so much.
We're going to get Mr. Gordon Gary back up here, and we're going to, this is the nature of a jam session. People come and people go, and the music never stops. Leave it, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, but it picks up all the FM radio stations while you're playing. Nice job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What do you want to do next?
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah.
You're not staying?
No,
Go that way, You're in front of the camera.
No. We did it at Indivisible. When kids you get up, stand up.
You gotta stand up.
Want to do mine over?
Sure. Let's do just
I'd like to dedicate this song to all of the neighbors in Pittsburgh who deserve to live here unfettered by fears of the cold water people or police, because I believe that in Pittsburgh we love all of our neighbors. And I'm here to fight for a most livable city for all. So I'm going to sing this song by Mr. Fred Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day for a beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Oh, could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. And I always wanted to live in this neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Thank you. Tell him, don't forget about me. We have to be respectful. I'll go get him. Smile kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between and on beyond, give it up for the internationally traveled, world-renowned vocalist, Miss Jacquae Mae is going to join me on this song. Got your mic right there. Ooh.
told you long time ago, ooh, you better leave my man alone. But you keep calling him on his phone. I ain't gonna tell you no more. Ooh, the way he makes me feel so good, so warm, so real. And the way he smiles at me, make me feel so good, sweep me right off my feet. Ooh, you better leave my man alone. Ooh, you better leave, hey, hey, yeah, my man alone. Said, who told you to waste my time? Yeah. Said, who told you I got all the money to make time? Yeah. Said the way he walks toward me, yeah. Said the way he holds me near. It's nothing like what you had before. You little girls, you better leave him alone. You better leave my man alone. Ooh, you better leave my man alone. Please.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights.
Oh, okay.
Get up, stand up.
Oh. Stand up for your rights.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth. It's not all that glitters is gold. Half the story had never been told. Now you see the light.
Hey,
stand up for your rights.
Come on,
get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
Hey.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights.
Oh, yeah.
Get up, stand up.
Don't give up the fight.
Most people don't think great God will come from the sky.
Ooh, take away everything, make everybody feel high. But if you know what life's really worth, you'll look for yours on this earth. Now you see the light, yo. You stand up for your rights. Just get up, stand up, yeah.
Stand up for your rights.
Get up, yeah.
Get up, stand up.
Get up.
Don't give up the fight.
Don't give up.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up.
Ooh, yeah.
Don't give up the fight.
We are tired of your ism and schism.
Time go to heaven, name of Jesus' name, Lord. Wow. We know and we understand. Almighty God is a living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So now you see the light. What you gonna do?
Stand up for your rights. Come on,
get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights.
Get up, yeah.
Get up, stand up.
Get up.
Don't give up the fight.
Stand up, stand
Get
up,
up, stand up.
Stand up,
Stand up for your
stand up. Get it.
Get up, stand up.
Stand up, stand
Don't
up.
give up the fight.
Yes. I did not expect that.
Dreams dreams do come true, y'all. Dreams do come. I saw Tim walk in here. Tim still here? Did Tim walk in and walk out?
Yeah, look.
Did Tim walk in and
Gotta
walk
heat
out?
up the sandwich, though.
Do you want to sing one with
Okay.
solo? And then I'll go get him.
Sure. Hi. Nice to meet y'all. I'm Gordon. Nice to meet you. Joe, nice to meet you. My name's Jacquae. It's a pleasure to meet y'all. So there used to be this place, right? It was called the Shadow Lounge in East Liberty, right? It was located at 5472 Baum Boulevard. And why I like talking about this place is because I learned how to perform at this place. It was owned by a black man by the name of Justin Strong. He's born and raised here in Pittsburgh, and he got an opportunity to open up this space and create. There would be open mics every Tuesday. And there would be jazz nights on Mondays. That's how I met Fat Mandy. She would come through every Monday, and we would wait, you know what I mean, for the drummer to be like, all right, you can come on up. And we would all do a song and then go about your business. But the open mic was special because you learned how to perform, but also you learned how to brainstorm and just go off the dome. For example, the song I just did, I did not make that up anywhere else. I made it up on the stage. I'm just like, why am I? Just go for it. So for anyone who needs to know, we start at open mics. You really want to do it? Go to an open mic. All right. Okay, we're going to make up another song. Let's see what happens. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Good morning as I wake up out this bed. Oh, gotta get on. The day is ahead. Ooh, what I'm gonna eat for this day. Gotta prepare for this week. But yeah. Oh, let me get out the door to see these crazy kids on my phone. Talk about Miss Quay, can we do this? No, gon' leave me alone. But I'm just smiling as I dance with the song. Cause I'm determined to get all and reach all my goals. I may not know where I'm going, but dang, I'm going my own way, and I'm going right there alone. I might not know where I'm going, but I'm going alone. Hey, and I'm gonna do my thing all on my own. Yeah. Good afternoon as I eat my lunch and heat up my food. Now I ain't got 30, just 30 whole minutes, and you talking my ear off. Can you go on, do your thing alone? But here we go, the music takes my soul, and I got a child giving me the side eye cause I ain't play her whisper song. So we just moving, grooving on our own. With her smile makes it all worthwhile. I might not know where I'm going, but I'm going there. Oh, my own. Yeah.
Give it up for the amazing band, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all sound wonderful. Okay, let's bring it home. Good evening. I'm home, eating my dinner, my silent alone. And this TV and music might be on. I'm feeling so good, got my shoes off. And I'm so thankful for this day. Through all the complaints, I still went on my way. And no matter what arose, no matter what feeling I might hold, I may not know where I'm going, yeah. I may not know where this day may take me, but I'm on my own. I may not know, said I may not know where I'm going, but I'm on my own. Said I may not know where I'm going, but I'm on my own. I may not know, but I'm going on my own. Can you please give it up for this band? Thank you. My name is Jacquae Mae.
Everybody give it up for Jacquae Mae. Tim, will you join us? Dreams do come true. Oh, we're going to have Tim do one. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody in between and on beyond, I would like you to put your hands together for our founder, the esteemed, the passionate, the powerful, the lovely, beautiful, and talented vocalist extraordinaire, Mrs. Pamela Johnson of the Afro-American Music Institute calls him our very own Frank Sinatra, but we know him better as Tim Stevens. It's up to you. You can do two if you want.
How y'all? Y'all sounding good up here. Now, you all know we believe in voting in each and every election.
Amen.
Right? So I'm going to give you a vote, plebiscite. I'm going to do a blues first. But do you want a dirty lowdown blues or do you want an up-tempo blues? So it's a public vote. How many want the dirty lowdown blues? Let me see those. All right, all right, all right. And how many want the up-tempo blues? It looks like the dirty lowdown people are in the room tonight. All right. Give me a dirty lowdown. Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Yeah. Come on now. We need some hand claps out there. How about give a hand to Fat Man D for organizing this little moment. She had the wisdom and the come up with some music out here. I need some more hand claps. Oh, yeah. Dirty, low down blues. Eagle flies on Friday. How many people have some stormy Mondays in their lives? Come on now. Yeah. Well. They call it stormy Monday. Tuesday's just as bad. Don't you know that they call it stormy Monday? Tuesday's just as bad. Wednesday's worse. Thursday's also very sad. Well, eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and I play all day. Eagle flies on Friday. Well, Saturday I go out and I play all day. Sunday I go to church. I need some hand claps. Go on now. I go out and pray. Let's hear it for the musicians in the house. Come on now. They call it stormy Monday. Don't you know that Tuesday's just as bad? Yes, it is. I need some hand claps. Come on now. They call it stormy Monday. Don't you know that Tuesday's just as bad? Just as bad. Somebody told me that Wednesday's worse.
And Thursdays
also
bad. And I say,
eagle flies on Friday.
but Saturday I go out to play.
I go out and play.
While the eagle flies on Friday.
Eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. Sunday I go to church.
And I get down on my knees and
pray. Don't you know that we pray? Eagle fly.
Tim Stevens. Joe DeFazio, Gordon Gary, Joel Fadness. Tim's gonna sing us another one, aren't you?
Everything must change as you asked.
Oh, y'all gonna stick around for this,
Say,
right?
this is it. Don't you miss.
Because this is the whole reason we put this together. Tim singing this song was the reason I presented this as a possible workshop as we sit in darkness. But this song, Tim singing this song, is one of the most powerful things I could ever think to offer. What we already had, but some of us didn't know. So now you know. And if you don't know, act like you know. And pleased to enjoy this song by Bernard Igner as rendered by our dear friend and leader, Mr. Tim Stevens.
Thank you all for your response, and again for this young lady over here, Fat Mandy, who is a special lady, for having the wisdom to put some music into this thing. My last song will be Everything Must Change, because that's what we're about at this place. Am I right? We're about some change. We're about some change. This is done by a Pittsburgher from the Hill District where I grew up, although he has much, much more money. That was the great George Benson made this famous. And I want you all to think about it as why we're here today. We're here to make change. We're here to activize ourselves. That word doesn't exist, but I'm making it up. So we can get some work done. Thank you all again for being with us. Don't forget to go to the workshops this afternoon. Everything must change. Nothing stays the same except for passing time. No one, nothing goes unchanged. The young become the old. Mysteries do unfold. That's the way of time. Nothing and no one, and nothing and no one goes unchanged. There are not many things in life we can depend on, except rain comes from the clouds, sun lights up the sky, and a hummingbird to fly. Rain comes from the clouds, sun lights up the sky, and hummingbirds to fly. Winter turns to spring. A wounded heart will heal. Never much so soon. But nothing and no one, and nothing and no one goes unchanged. There are not many things in a life we can
depend on. Except rain comes from the clouds, sun lights up the sky, and hummingbirds do fly. Rain comes from the clouds, sun lights up the sky, and hummingbirds do fly. Jacquae, come back.
Never much too soon.
Everything must change.
The young become the old.
For reasons untold.
That's the way of time. Everything must That's the way of time. Everything must change. There are not many things Wing up to the clouds, and the sun lights up the sky. Your music makes me
Winter turns to spring.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit's first ever Justice Jam. We have afternoon programming in here, and we can't keep playing music because other people have other important things to say. But give it up for Tim Stevens. Give it up for Jacquae Mae. Give it up for our band who volunteered and donated their time. The band did not charge us money. They gave us their time. Joe DeFazio on the keys. Gordon Gary on the bass. Joel Fadness on the drums.
Fat Man D! Thank you. John Jewett, that was good? That was good? That's good. See, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. Huh? Listen.
Don't forget activism. Go somewhere into the workshop and get work done. Right now, that's your assignment. Thank you very much.
And we vote in each and every election. Midterms are coming. Up next, I'm not sure. Please refer to your program guide. Miss Holly's up next.
Oh, yes, of course. Wow, he was like, no, Quay, come here. Back to work, back to work.
You thought you were heading out. You're like, I'm here for the morning, sir. Be careful, he's going to get your number and call you for BPEP.
Liberty Mutual. Golf cart.
So what we are
Good afternoon. I'm going to say it again. I know you've eaten, you're filled with joy, and good afternoon. We are excited to be here with you today. We have some outstanding students, scholars from our Allegheny Huddle that will not entertain you. They're not here to entertain you. They're here to give you a solid information about why it is important for young people to vote. And we have been, the Allegheny Huddle is a partnership of organizations that have worked diligently to give the opportunities for young people in Allegheny County to vote. And we have been doing that now for the past 3 years. I'm going to turn this part of the program now over to the young people and to my courageous partners that are with me. My name is Dr. Regina Hawley, and I work for PA Youth Vote, where we believe in engaging young people and giving them the power to engage other young people to get out and vote through civic education and voter registration. And at this time, I'll let them introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Heather Wisniewski with the National Council of Jewish Women Pittsburgh, also an Allegheny Youth Vote Coalition member. And I'm very excited today to be introducing our student leaders, Janaya Hanna from Alderdice and Layla King from Kappa. And they're going to be leading our program today. We will have some interactive aspects, so we would love for you to participate as you're able. And then also I'll just introduce Allie. Allie, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Allie Fedor. I work with the Women and Girls Foundation of Southwestern PA, but specifically I work with our Girl Gov program. Girl Gov is an after-school program specifically for teen girls and femmes, and we focus on making sure girls have the confidence to speak up and use their voice in a civic action way. So I'm so proud to be a member of this coalition, and I can't wait to hear what y'all have to say. So, are we ready to turn it over?
We're turning it over.
Awesome. Take it away, guys.
Yes. Okay.
Woo!
Oh, that was the video. Oh, escape.
The Children's Crusade in 1963 was the use of school-age children primarily to participate in nonviolent demonstrations in downtown Birmingham. We were told in some of the mass meetings that something about all of these inequities that we were experiencing, and we were calling it D-Day, and that was May 2nd, 1963.
On a Monday morning, a young lady came out to visit our school to recruit people to come downtown. And she said, I'm hoping you can motivate our kids to come and go to jail.
Some people and their parents.
The mic is fine, right?
Yeah, it's the
internet.
Yeah.
Again.
Sorry, guys, technical difficulties.
Oh, that's.
I think. We could try it. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know why it wants to fight.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh. It just decided to completely disconnect.
This is why everyone should learn about tech.
We need more women in STEM.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you.
I think I just fixed it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give it a second.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes.
I need women to know that
No,
you're not
don't.
limited
We
to
do not endorse this
anything
ad.
other than living your life.
Inequities that we
Thanks,
were
everyone.
experiencing. And we were calling it D-Day. And that was May 2nd, 1963.
On a Monday morning, a young lady came out to visit our school to recruit people to come downtown. And she said, I'm hoping you can motivate our kids to come and go to jail.
Some people, their parents might have known what they were doing. There's a lot of folks who, their people had no idea.
My mother knew about it, and she told me not to march, don't leave the school ground, but I did anyway.
Droves of us left school and walked to 16th Street.
We saw the kids coming into the 16th Street Baptist Church, and we were elated. They made it. They made it.
We sang some freedom songs. We said some prayers. They reminded us this was a nonviolent movement. And with those instructions, we were lined up in pairs, walked down those steps singing, "We Shall Overcome."
Lo and behold, coming off of the steps at the 16th Street Baptist Church, there were 25 to 40, 50 sheriffs across the road with these little batons in their hands at the ready.
First we were faced with the dogs and the water hose.
Kids are sprayed with fire hoses. They kick out 100 pounds of pressure that tore clothes, that tore flesh.
The police officer stopped us and speaking through a megaphone said, "Get out of this line or you're going to jail." I was so intimidated by facing a white man. I'd never had that encounter.
We were put in a cell block, I understand, holds 650 people, and this cell block had over 1,500 people in it.
There were so many people there, we were just standing around shoulder to shoulder. More and more people were being arrested, and they called for school buses to come for us. And this time we were carried to the state fairground. We got excited driving into the state fairground because blacks weren't allowed to go to the state fair except on Saturday night after 10 o'clock.
And here we are in Fair Park, and it's about to rain. It was a ferocious thunderstorm that day. And I can recall several of the girls say that God don't even want us.
I think we were the pivotal point that caused some changes to take place in society. I think the nation was so outraged by how children were being treated in a nonviolent movement until it touched the hearts of people who otherwise might not have noticed what was going on.
It's not about having gone to jail, how long I stayed, and what we went through that day going to jail. It's about our kids. And our kids need to know the story.
Without those young people making the sacrifice that they made, the tide wouldn't have been turned. It was meant to be. And those young people made change that has lasted ever since.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe 1,000,000 times after you poop, here's why.
The Mayo Clinic.
When we do the other video, I think since we did it.
Okay, hello. My name is Layla, as was said earlier before, and the main reason why we wanted to start with that video is that me and Janiyah both felt it was important to acknowledge the history of youth civic engagement before we talk about our own experiences. I myself was actually fortunate enough to go on a trip funded by PPS, Marching Down Freedom's Road. I don't know if you can see me. I'm like all the way in the back in this picture. But during that trip, I got to see many important landmarks and cities for the civil rights movement, from Selma, Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia. And I actually got to go to this specific monument shown in the video for the Children's Crusade. So it was a very lovely time. I got to learn a lot more in depth about the civil rights movement, about everything leading up to some of the more bigger moments of the civil rights movement. And it was honestly just a very powerful trip, which is why we kind of wanted to start off our presentation.
Okay, so here's a little outline of today's goals. It's just a little outline of today's session. So I'd like to think of it as the who, the why, and the how. So we're going to talk about who we are, who is the Youth Vote Coalition, why we do what we do, so what moves us as students to engage with democracy, and then how you guys can help youth-led democracy flourish, and how you guys can help our journey.
And now we will go over our mission statement. Throughout history, from the Children's Crusade and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to Fridays for Future and March for Our Lives, young people have been called to advocacy and stood on the front lines of change. At the same time, many young people are accused of being apathetic. What we've learned, it's not that students don't care, it's that we haven't found their activation point yet. That's our job as Youth Vote organizers, and we hope that you'll join us.
So we're going to talk a little bit about one example of youth-led democracy. On the 18th of February this year, students from my school, Allderdice, walked out in regards to recent ICE sightings and ICE actions, both in our communities, Pittsburgh, and in the broader United States. So it came at a boiling point where students were terrified. We were fearful of potential ICE actions at our school, and a couple weeks previously, there had been a misinformed ICE sighting outside of our school, but it had led to students breaking down crying in the middle of class, terrified that ICE was going to come into our school, or ICE was going to take them away and to take them away from their families into unknown places. So after that scenario, students started to talk. We started to get together and started to talk about what we might do as students to prevent this from happening in the future. And then that basically led to the events of February 18th, where about 250 Allderdice students walked out and walked down Forbes and on the Murray Avenue by the Starbucks and stood there and exercised their First Amendment rights to have freedom of speech and to assemble. And it was an amazing experience, and I'm so proud of all of my fellow Allderdice students who did walk out. It was amazing to see, and I hope as things unfortunately continue to ramp up, we can continue to see the same student involvement and presence and eventually get more students to come out and raise awareness to these issues.
So, the Allegheny Youth Vote Coalition, founded in 2013, is a group of local and national nonpartisan organizations with the shared mission of welcoming students into civic engagement, supporting the next generation of informed voters, and opening dialogues between youth and elected officials, and helping students realize the power of their vote. So I'm someone who has been a part of the Allegheny Youth Vote Coalition for a very long time. I attended both the very first Allegheny Vote Huddle and the second Allegheny Vote Huddle, as well as all the other ones after that, so I've been doing this for a hot minute. For the first Allegheny Vote Huddle, it was held in Oakland, in the Oakland Carnegie Library, and attended by Mayor Ed Gainey, as well as with our superintendent, Dr. Wayne Walters, and about 50 students. I actually worked more on the media side of that specific Allegheny Vote Huddle, and I got to help interview our mayor as well as some of the other students who were there participating and helping organize the event. Then, for the second Allegheny Youth Vote Huddle, I actually got to be more involved with more of the planning of the huddle, which was also attended by our superintendent, Dr. Wayne Walters, as well as County Councilwoman Bethy Hallam, members of One Hood, and as well as 150 students, which you can see is a little bit of a jump from the very first one.
Now this is where I come in. I come in the spring of 2025, where we held our mayoral candidate interviews. It was held at 9 of the PPS high schools, where students interviewed all 4 mayoral candidates before the primaries. And we talked a lot about different questions that impacted us the most. And it was amazing to be able to see how maybe youth concerns can help influence potential mayoral candidates' policy in the future. And then in the fall of 2025, we had our third Allegheny Youth Vote Huddle. It was held at the Heinz History Center and attended by the Superintendent Wayne Walters, Judge Kim Clark, Justice Cynthia Baldwin, and Public Defender Lauren Legge, along with 200 different students. And it was really impactful to be able to hear all the voices and the opinions of some of the justices and judges and their experience being Black or women of color in these specific environments.
And now for our upcoming event, we have our Allegheny Youth Vote Block Party, which is our upcoming initiative in order to celebrate first-time voters as they cast their ballots. And actually, since I will be turning 18 in the next 2 weeks, I will be one of those first-time voters. Yes, so it's really just about getting youth excited to vote and making them feel good about voting for the very first time.
And so now you've heard about how great these events were and why they truly matter, but if you don't just have to take our word for it. Today we have a short video to show you all about these events so you can see it for yourself.
My name's Izzy, I go to North Allegheny, and my favorite thing about today was talking to people like my age, talking about specific problems that we have in our community.
My name is Jasmine, and I'm from Winchester. And my name is Nana, I'm also from Winchester. My favorite part of the day is probably when we discuss in our groups about our topics that are important to us.
Being able to share out the issues that we discussed that were important to us, because we got to hear so many of other people's opinions and thoughts.
And I can say right now I'm very excited.
I'm most excited to meet all the candidates.
I'm most excited to see how the mayoral candidates interact with the students.
My name is Bryant. I go to Penn Hills. My favorite part about this experience so far is when all the tables said their ideas and what they're worried about.
My name is Isaiah. I go to Penn Hills High School also, I'm a senior. My favorite part today is all the information I learned and all the people that I've seen come together today. It's just real empowering, to the youth. So it's a great experience to come. I feel like everybody should do it.
As you could have seen there before, there was a list of all of our partners that with the Allegheny Youth Vote Coalition, so I want to give them a quick shout out. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, and now we're going to have a quick little icebreaker. If some people would like to raise their hands and kind of share out their name, the neighborhood of Allegheny County that they live in, and then a young person that inspires them. That would be lovely. And we have our team running around with the microphone. Does anybody want to, guys?
Be the
come on.
first
Yeah,
person?
be the first one to speak up.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hi, I'm from Springdale, Pennsylvania, and you may have seen in the news recently we had a Love Thy Neighbor rally in our community, rallying behind a neighbor who was detained by ICE. And our local police department did sign an agreement with ICE, and so there's been meetings, people going to school board meetings and to borough council meetings, and we had a group of young people who, for the first time ever, wrote emails to school board members about the issue, and then 2 of them did go to our Springdale Borough Council meeting and got up and spoke, and one really had to fight to be able to speak because he doesn't live in the borough, he lives 1 street over in the township, in Springdale Township, and so, but, you know, goes to school in the borough and said, this issue affects me, it affects my classmates, and I should be allowed to speak, and they weren't going to let him speak until the crowd rallied behind him, and he was allowed to speak, and so Balin Mundak and Lillian Malinowski are 2 students who go to our school, and they stood up and spoke, and they did something that I think many adults don't feel brave enough to do, to go to a meeting and to speak and to fight for what they believe in. And so I'm so excited to hear from you all today so that we can bring the support and organization, because we have youth there and they are ready. They're ready to stand up.
What am I going to say? Okay. Hey, I'm Erin. I am from Regent Square, technically in Swissvale outside Pittsburgh. But I got to say, when Alderdice walked out last week, that really inspired me. Good job.
Go Dragons.
Another? Come on, we know a lot of great kids.
Yes.
I have 2 excellent kids that go to my church at Mount Zion Baptist. One of them decided that she's going to be a lawyer. So she's out doing that lawyer. She's been internships and she's doing well. And then her sister's following her. She's doing well. There was a segment on UPMC program, and she was on there, so she got to see her face on TV. So I was very proud of her. Her name was Ayana, and they're both sisters, Halls.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking, yeah.
Amash. All right. I need 2 more. Yes. Here you go.
Boots on the ground. My name is Yvonne Rainey. I'm a social activist, social change and justice, and I can only talk about my grandchildren, and I'm keeping it real. Jasmine Lavonna Rainey. I used to carry Jasmine to every community meeting, baby stroller, everything. And I'm so proud when she turned 18 and she was like, I can vote. But not can she only vote, she's a poll worker.
Yes.
And I'm so proud of her because she said she wanted to educate and advocate and let people know what voting is about. And she's been with me, and I'm grooming her to be the judge of election. That's where I'm at. Yes, I am.
I would actually love to piggyback on that because my grandma did the same exact thing. And that's why I'm here today. So thank you so much. Thank you for that. Oh, one more? Can I have one more? Yeah.
So my name is Jignesh. I don't live in the Pittsburgh city area, but we had a friend, their daughter went to Alderdice.
Mm-hmm.
You may know. So she went to Alderdice, and they, 3 years back, they had to move to Chicago. So I guess you may know her name. Her name is Grishma Unatkat.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she went to Chicago, even though she was not 18, she worked in the last elections as a poll worker. So that was really amazing.
Yes, amazing.
All right. Do we want more, or are we feeling like we want to, anyone else want to speak?
We want to encourage all
If you have a young person in your home, encourage your young person to get out, not just register to vote, but also vote. But we also want them to work the polls.
Yes.
Working the polls is so important for our young people. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, Dr. Holly. You want to go?
My kids went to Hampton High School, which is not among the most progressive places in the county. But one of my kids' classmates, Dan Grisbeck, is now one of the most progressive white voices on the Allegheny Council. And I'm so proud of Dan, and having known him when he was young, and he's always been that cool. So anyways.
Awesome. Any final thoughts? If not, we're going to turn it back over to the kiddos. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so since it is Black History Month, we wanted to talk about some of the people in the Pittsburgh area who have used their voices to make a change, specifically with instances of voting. So we're going to talk briefly about these figures, but they've had huge impacts on the way both in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the greater community, and their impacts have touched lives.
Okay, so first up, we're going to be discussing Dorothy Height, who grew up in Pittsburgh, attending segregated schools, and eventually joined her mother at Pennsylvania meetings of the Federation of Colored Women. She worked with the Freedom Riders in order to register Black voters and traveled internationally in order to aid countries emerging from apartheid. In 1957, she was elected president of the National Council of Negro Women, a post she held for 4 decades, and in 1961, President Kennedy named her to the President's Commission on the Status of Women. She was also the 10th International President of Delta Sigma Theta, which my mother is a proud member of. Often called the godmother of the Civil Rights Movement, she was a colleague of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and advisor to many presidents.
Next, we're going to talk about Reverend Cornell Talley. He was the leader of the Central Baptist Church in the Hill District, and he reflected the creed of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. 3 years before the infamous March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, Talley planned the Freedom Jubilee in Pittsburgh. It was a place where people from all around Pittsburgh could come and gain knowledge and about the civil rights movement and how it impacts both the South as well as the northern states who hadn't been previously touched with the impact of a lot of the civil rights actions. He wanted Pittsburghers to pay attention to the civil rights movement and how it impacted people. And so he reached out to leaders like Dr. King, Harry Belafonte, and Mahalia Jackson, and invited them to come to the city to talk about this. So on June 17th in 1960, King spoke to a crowd of about 18,000 Pittsburghers on Forbes Field in Oakland, which had a dramatic impact on the way Pittsburghers view the civil rights movement from then on out. Let's give them a round of applause really quickly while we do this technical difficulties.
We have a next short little video about PAU.
Don't worry, we're going to turn on the subtitles for this one.
Yeah, closed captions.
Would you believe me if I told you that all the young people you see are Philadelphia Public High School students that devoted their Saturday to talk about pressing issues in their community and how they could be remedied through their vote. It may be a little hard to believe because historically, young people in the United States have a significantly lower voter turnout rate compared to older U.S. citizens in all elections, especially non-presidential ones. Yet, in every election, many Philadelphia-based organizations such as Pennsylvania Youth Vote, along with Philadelphia Public High School teachers, have successfully engaged, educated, and empowered thousands of students from all over the city to make their voices heard.
We had a 157% increase in youth voter turnout among 18-year-olds specifically here in Philly, just from 2014 to 2018. We had another big jump in voter turnout in 2022, where the 18-year-old vote actually was higher than the citywide average.
To better understand how they got these young people excited about voting, let's rewind. First, you need to understand the reason why young people aren't voting in the first place.
I think it's because of what they see on social media.
Well, I would say social media, but I would also say it comes from the household.
I think we have a low voter turnout rate simply because we just feel like our votes are not heard or counted, so we feel like what's the point of going to vote?
Some people will be saying like they gonna do this to fix it and they don't do nothing at all.
You have that role and you have this title and stuff like that, but like you're just using that to your advantage, but you're not like helping the people or whatever, helping the children.
Out of all of the responses we received, not one student said young people aren't voting because they don't care about the social issues on their ballot.
I often might do, just a quick engagement question, like what's going on in your communities, what do you see, like what's something do you want to change? And students always give answers that vary from gun violence to affordable housing, and they want to do something about it, just don't know what to do, and often they don't feel like they have the power to really move the needle on progress.
They just haven't seen government work, and so you add that to the lack of education, and they really don't see a purpose for participating in a process that never seems to benefit them.
So how has PA Youth Vote and Parkway Northwest been so successful in getting students excited and out to vote? First and foremost, you need to understand what good is voting information that young people don't engage with.
The adults, us teachers, the politicians themselves, aren't engaging them, right? It's not a matter of the youth engaging with politics, it's a matter with politics engaging the youth.
Politicians, they don't know how to meet the younger people's needs. They just know how to meet the needs of, older adults. They'll put things on the doors like magazines or like things on your doorknob, and most of the times young people probably don't check the mail or look at the doorknob, they'll just walk by it. But maybe trying to reach out to them in something like they would want to watch, like a social media post, maybe a TV ad with a phone.
I'm going to use the Florida Senator election as an example. The Democratic candidate Val Deming, she was always on TikTok. I saw her all over my For You page, and she got a great turnout of young voters because why? She used that platform. She knew that a lot of young people was on TikTok, a lot of young people was on Snapchat, a lot of young people was on Instagram.
I think politicians now should maybe use social media and other things from our generation use to have a more modernized approach.
Politicians need to use that platform and they will get young people out to vote.
There has been a lack of education provided for young people around civics and how government works. And then when you add on to that, there has been disinvestment in public education, which creates situations where certain students, in particular students of color, students in low-income communities.
And I think that they, more than anyone, really need to learn these skills in order to be able to change the situation that they've been subjected to historically.
We should make a class for voting and kind of break down how it works and show how important it is for everybody to vote.
When I came here, my teacher, Ms. Santana, she encouraged me to vote also, and that really helped me understand the power of voting and how my voice can be heard.
And it's my job to empower them through history, through civic engagement. Within my program in Peace and Social Justice, I often have commissioners, come out and speak to the students. I'll have community activists come out and talk to the students about voting. We'll watch videos about voting. We'll participate in interviews to let other people know our views about voting. We write articles about it. We are voting together. So doing that in school, what might that look like once they graduate?
And that engagement at a young age is so important because if they vote at a young age, if they get involved at a young age, they're probably going to stay engaged throughout their 20s. If they don't learn this in high school, they might not get involved and vote until they're in their 30s.
And that's so true. I can remember when I was 17 years old and Mr. Quinn explained the power of the youth vote to my classmates and I before the 2018 midterm election. Because of that curriculum that focused on civic education, I registered my classmates, family, and community to vote. And at the age of 22, I now consider myself a voter champion. The last strategy that was impactful in getting me excited and out to vote, that I believe that these organizations and teachers still successfully employ, is making a connection.
My experience has been in working with young people when you help them connect those dots between the issues that they really care about and which are really impacting them to government and leadership and voting. They're very action oriented.
You make those connections, that's the main strategy, making the connections and then say, here's what you can do about it.
I want my students to know, hey, if you don't like this, you can do something to change it, and it starts with your vote.
I feel like a lot of people hear that, oh, it's just one vote. What can one vote do for the country? My vote is not going to change anything. It doesn't matter if I don't vote. I hear all those things all the time. And what people don't understand is there's so many close elections in this country, and that one vote can make such a difference.
For far too long in this country, young people have been discouraged to vote because of the misbelief that their one vote won't make a difference. And actually, it's the contrary. How will your voice matter if you don't vote? It's not enough for young people to complain anymore. It's time for them to take their ballot and the power in their own hands. What if all over the country, we gave young people their ballot by employing these 3 strategies to get them out to vote? Think of everything we could change.
As we continue to use our voice and create platforms for ourselves, elected officials will be forced to hear what we have to say.
If you give me a ballot, one thing I'd change is try to get homeless people off the streets.
I would say school funding.
If I could change one thing, just how our communities look.
I think some abortion laws.
Decrease the cost of healthcare.
I want to make sure there's more recreational centers.
I would probably change the quality of our neighborhoods.
When you give us a ballot, watch us change the world.
I think our peers from Philly did a great job explaining why students and youth aren't voting. So allow us to talk a little bit about why we will be voting. So why am I a voter? Well, technically I'm not old enough to vote yet, but that doesn't stop me from participating in democracy and participating in different things to help promote the voting of other people in the community. So I've been registering people to vote technically since about my freshman year. I've went to college campuses and community events and registered adults to vote there, but I've also helped register students at my high school to vote. And I think the main difference between people at the adult level and people who are youth is that adults are more comfortable in their voice and the power that their voice has to change things. Adults have used their voice to advocate for things in the community, but also personally to them. So they've advocated for maybe a promotion at jobs or advocated for better respect from their peers. And youth don't really have that same experience when using their voice to make change. So I think that youth feel a little intimidated in that field. So that's why I've kind of started going out and helping register youth to vote, because I feel it comes best from a peer or someone else. And I really think that's important, especially with women or people who are typically underrepresented in a lot of different aspects of life. So I am really big on promoting women empowerment and helping provide opportunities for women, because we typically in the past have not had those same opportunities that men have had. And for anyone that is like out there as a youth and are wondering how they can become leaders and promote the same things that I like to promote in my free time, I would say to that, just go to clubs. I've gained a lot of leadership experience and positions from just showing up to a bajillion clubs at my school and showing up consistently, taking the time to be there and help out, and it's recognized. If you continue to put an effort to something and you show passion and you show that you're willing to go out and do this, then you're basically showing that you can be a leader in the future. And I think that's so important to mention as well.
Okay, now a little bit about why I'm about to be a soon-to-be voter. So I've always been a very big proponent of that your local government, your local officials, they should be working for you, not the other way around. Yes. And I think voting is one of many ways, kind of like Jacquae talked about, that we are able to kind of voice our opinions on the things that we value, the policies that we value, the legislation that we value. And then I also like to think of the importance of voting in a historical lens. Like my grandma, both of my grandmothers actually are older than the Civil Rights Acts themselves. They understand what it's like to live in a time before those were even laws. And then when you even think post the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, there was still work to be done to actually make sure that those laws were properly enforced. And even early in my freshman year, you're learning about things like gerrymandering, or even conversations about whether formerly incarcerated people should be allowed to vote. Voting, who is able to vote, when they should be able to vote, what requirements they need to be able to vote, has always been an issue throughout ever since I've been born and way past that. Even if you think currently today with something like the SAVE Act, which is working to further restrict who is allowed to vote. I think it really comes down to sort of thinking, like, if there's always been so much conversation, so much debate on how accessible voting should be, then there has to be some sort of power in voting. There has to be some sort of importance to it. And that is why I'm excited to vote in this upcoming election.
So next we're going to talk a little bit about student-run, adult-supported voter registration drives and why a peer-to-peer model works best in our schools and what we've learned from it. So I've briefly talked about my experience with past drives. I've done them in a variety of different scenarios. And when I go and speak to youth more commonly, I'm able to better relate to their thinking and their understanding of how their voice may not be powerful or they might not have an impact with their voice. A lot of students believe that just because they're young, their voice doesn't have a large impact on the greater community. And I think coming from a peer who can tell them that their voice matters, that they are important, and that they can make change is so powerful, because a lot of students not listen, but they don't believe when adults tell them things about how they matter. So when it comes from someone who can tell them that and can tell them that their experience on those matters, it's way more impactful, I feel. And I just think students are more likely to register to vote when a student is asking them to do it and talking about the benefits compared to an adult, because it might seem like, oh, the adults are just trying to meet like a quota or something like that. But when it's students, you can see that they actually care about the topics and they actually care about the matter and getting people to vote, because you can see the passion in the youth. And yeah, I think it's so much better when youth are able to show other youth that they should vote.
And now here's a little bit of an overview of a voter registration timeline. So first things first is finding a mentor, whether that's a teacher, administrator, or some sort of community member. They help with putting in requests and delivering paper forms to the county elections office. Then, of course, grabbing some friends, because it's always better to do it with a little companion, and to plan your drive, because we're the ones who know our school's culture and schedule the best. Then we have overall preparing for the drive. This comes to a decision of whether we'll be using paper forms or online forms, and if we want to make sure we have signs around our schools. And then finally, I personally always like to do a little practice before I have to do something like real big and serious. So it's always good to kind of be able to have some sort of practice conversations, maybe with your trusted mentor or some of the people that you're working with, on the different local issues that affect peers, and kind of working out how you're going to motivate and push your other peers to vote. And then, of course, the final step is actually running that big drive, changing our schools, and then eventually changing the world.
So, voting is one of the many tools that youth can use to participate in democracy. It's not the only one, and there are multiple different ways. These are just a few, but like I said, there are a multitude of different ways youth can participate in democracy. You can hold student press conferences, canvassing in neighborhoods, donation drives, op-ed writing, calling and emailing your representatives. I know that's so important, and I know a lot of representatives like hearing from youth and like having people call in to influence policy changes. I've spoken to a couple representatives, and they talk about how when youth specifically call into their office, they pay attention, because it's not often that you hear youth voices calling the office and advocating for an issue that they really passionately believe in. Petitions are one of the many things that you can do under 18 to show your passion for a cause. I've signed a couple petitions myself in my days. And community meetings, showing up to town halls and different council meetings and having your voices heard. I know someone in the audience from Springdale, she said a couple of her students showed up to the meeting, and they were able to speak and talk about why ICE presence in their neighborhoods is not something that they want to happen, and how it will detrimentally affect student life and just life in general. Student art shows, and civil disobedience, as seen with the Older Dice walkouts or the Kappa protests. These things are so important to showing youth voices in different policy matters, and it's one of the biggest ways that we can show that we're here and that we care for these issues. And it's been historically seen to work before, and it will continue to historically work after today. So yeah, these are just the many different ways that we can do this.
Now we've allocated some time for some small group discussions, so you can turn to someone near you and sort of discuss a young person in your life and how you would encourage them to get involved in civic engagement, as well as how you will empower them. So we can give a few moments.
Yes. Give you a couple moments to discuss. I know you have some very passionate opinions on this, so
and we've heard about you. We've heard you talk about the young people in your life, so we know there's
young people. So
I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know why.
All right. You have 1 more minute, and then we're going to do a share around. 1 more minute.
Ooh, I'm so excited. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. If y'all could wrap up your conversations, that would be very lovely because we have a nice, fun activity coming up next.
Oh, do we want to do share outs?
Oh my gosh, I forgot we share out. My bad, y'all. Let's do some share outs.
Amazing. Anyone want to share out? Can I see a hand?
We know you guys had very informed discussions here. Yes.
So I was saying that I don't have any kids, but I've been volunteering with the Democratic Party a little bit, and I was wondering what kind of formal role youth could have. You know, each area has a Democratic committee, so I was wondering whether that could be a push to kind of recruit more youth to serve on those committees.
Good.
I wonder that too.
More hands? More hands? Yeah, I know you did. I know. Amazing. Thank you for putting the youth in youth. All right. Another hand. Can I have another? Oh, you want to?
But, you know, you go look at Trump and all this mess, and this ain't nothing new. And you know, and you got to keep the fight up. And I mean, you know, if you look at the Emancipation Proclamation in January 1, 1863, and we're still fighting this shit 163 years later, and you can't take the foot off the pedal. And not just, but for our we've got to be the allies. And, you know, it ain't that old. I'm 61. I was the first integrated public class in Virginia Beach in 1970. That was when they, even though Brown versus Board is 54, It took till then, and even still they gerrymandered the school districts in Virginia Beach, so all the black kids went to Bayside, not to I had 6 black fellow students in the class of 1681. There was, when I went to visit my grandparents in Kentucky in the 70s, there was a cross burning outside Campbellsville, Kentucky. When I went to college in the mid-80s at Virginia Tech, there was a cross burning in Ellet Valley outside. This ain't old history. It's the same old, but we still cannot give up. And we gotta love each other and we gotta fight for love. So anyways, thanks for the sermon.
Thank you.
I want you all to know, for those who do not know me, I am a survivor. My father was hanged January 11th, 1961, because he spoke out. In Gaffney, South Carolina, I never knew my father, but I'm here today to speak up, stand up, and continue to advocate, because everyone has a right. And when I say that, this is what I instill in my grandchildren, because I know what racism is about, because they burnt crosses in my yard when I was 20 because they wanted to silence me. But like I told my children, we have a right to be here. And I remember my father, January 11th, 1961, and I will never forget. This is why I do what I do. It's not about me. It's about change. It's about my young folks. I will continue to stand up and fight, even in my last breath. But I want you all to remember this. You must have a purpose and be real about it. That's why I do. I'm 67 years old. I never knew my father. But I'm going to tell you what, he served this country. He was an airman, and they took his life. So don't tell me about racism and equality. I am here, and I will continue to fight to the day I die for my young folks, for my old folks, for my people. Thank you.
I work with many youth. And I know that you have these different organizations like BPEP, and really the important thing I want to say is having ASL access is really important for the deaf youth to understand their rights, for their ability to be involved in this activism, and to become leaders. We need to have, organizations that partner with us and provide interpreting access, provide online videos with all that access as well, so that that message can be spread in the deaf community too.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And if I don't see another hand, I think we're going to switch over to a little bit of trivia.
Oh, yes, the best part of today.
Are you smart? Yes.
Uh-huh. Now the question is, are you smarter than a first-time voter?
Yes, are you guys smarter than us?
Here. Oh, this is okay. Wait, let's see how this works. Hold on. Just click it. Ooh. Okay. Multiple choice. Elections occur at least, we have 4 options, every 4 years, every 2 years, twice a year, and then every year.
Okay, let's.
Oh.
Wait. Put your hands down and try it again. Hold on. Okay.
Oh my God.
1, 2, 3. Raise your hands. I saw her back there. Yep. Black blazer, I think.
All right, what is your answer?
Twice a year.
Let's see what it is.
You are correct.
Okay.
All right.
Pennsylvania has open primaries, true or false?
So,
How's that one? Yeah.
It's false, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. So having an open primary means you don't have to be, wait, I actually don't want to say it wrong, but you don't have to be specifically registered with a specific party in order to participate in it. But because Pennsylvania has closed parties, you do have to be registered with a specific party, being mainly the Democratic or the Republican Party, in order to participate in our primary.
I think that leads us.
Unless it's
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay, so mayoral elections occur, there are 4 choices: once every 4 years, once every 2 years, once every 6 years, or once a year. Who wants to answer that one? That gentleman right there.
Once every 4 years.
4 years?
You are correct.
Hi.
Yes, we just previously had our mayoral election.
Yes. Oh, this should be one y'all know. In PA, you can register to vote if you'll be 18 by the next election.
Saw her back there. The tan.
True or false? True.
It is true, yes.
Good job.
In PA, you need a driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your social security number to register to vote. True or false? Think.
True or false?
Yes, true.
Nice, congrats.
Okay. You must be 18 years old to register other people to vote. True or false?
There,
That hand in the back.
very back, black. Oh,
Very back in the very. That is
Yes.
false. Okay.
So the next election in PA is a primary or a general election? Oh, tricking us up here. Okay.
That's good. You.
Yes.
Trick question.
You get a prize. You definitely get a prize.
You get a prize for that.
You
Yeah.
definitely get a prize.
And then after that.
Well, technically, the next big election was a primary.
Okay. Which party is excluded from a closed primary?
Yes.
And it is independent. Okay. When is Election Day? April 30th, May 5th, April 19th, or May 26th?
Anybody know? You in the front? You get a prize, yes.
Okay.
I think this is our last one.
I think. I'm actually not sure. But
all right, get ready, guys.
I can register to vote online. Yeah.
That lady back, girl in the back, girl white.
True.
Yes, true. That is true. Thank you all for playing. Yes.
Yes.
And yes, thank you for coming. If you know a student who would want to run a drive, we do offer a $150 stipend for our program. So if you know someone, have them reach out to Indy at the Civic Center. I do want to give her a quick shout out because she made these amazing slides. So let's give her a round of applause.
That's my goat.
That's my queen, yes.
That's my goat. Oh, PA Youth Vote has the Instagram.
Yeah, pretty sure PA Youth Vote has. Yes, that is us.
Yep, they have the Instagram.
PA Youth Vote.
And if you do know a student who wants to run a drive, since we do have ones in all of the PPS high schools and I think Gateway and Penn Hills, I would encourage them to reach out to their spokespeople at their school first because we will be running one coming up quickly. So if they want to help out, they would probably still be eligible for the $150 gift card. Just have them reach out to the people in their school that run the drives.
Yes.
Help
And I have one more quick announcement. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
If you are an adult who is interested in supporting youth voting and you would like to volunteer to help us run our Allegheny Youth Vote Block Party on April 30th, please email India and let her know that you'd like to volunteer because we're definitely going to need a lot of help to celebrate these young people.
Yes. Thank you all for coming, and I thank you so much for participating
Thank you so
and
much.
sharing your opinions and your voices and all of that. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I've had a lovely time.
Lovely time, yes.
Lovely time.
If you have any questions, you can come and ask us.
Instagram, we have, yes.
You guys did so good. I'm so proud of you. You're both amazing.
Woo! Oh, wait, that's
That's you. You can clap for yourself. You can clap for yourself.
Okay.
Great job. My microphone is still on, in case you were wondering.
I was one of the presenters, I guess. Do you have a question?
No, actually, I had some comments. I had raised my to speak when you asked about what you do with a young person.
Oh, yeah.
All right, folks. I'll ask you to find your seats, get situated, and welcome back for the closing conversation today. How were your sessions? Hey, all right. Good to hear. And the folks who put on those sessions would love to get your feedback. So if you didn't share those things already, feel free to let us know by completing the surveys if you haven't done that, so we can relay that information to the presenters. They'd love to know how they can improve their presentations for the future, continue to deliver content and community building opportunities to you all in the future. And what you say to them and what you say to us really matters for how we plan future summits. So really appreciate that. So one thing before we start with the closing conversations is that we have been working our hardest to revive the Johnny Gamage Scholarship Award. And what this is, yeah, there you go. Yeah, clap, it's money. So in these efforts to work on how we can promote racial justice through laws and policies, where we can make the impact of our work really stick and last for years to come, we want to support a local law student in their law school endeavors by providing them with a gift of unrestricted cash that they can use to support whatever they have to do to get through law school, to find a house over the summer, to be able to take on an unpaid job elsewhere that will support them in whatever those efforts are. And so we ask these students to submit an essay where they discuss a legal issue and use legal scholarship work to address a specific social justice problem that is timely. And we wanted to make sure that this essay was about how can we create laws and policies that promote community engagement in terms of bringing about racial justice. They also have to submit a value statement where they explain the different ways that their work and their life has been dedicated to racial justice in the ways that we live out those values here at the Racial Justice Summit. Aside from that, of course, they got to submit a resume like any other group of people would have to do, and they have to demonstrate a track record of that level of commitment. And we asked for students from the University of Pittsburgh Law School as well as the law school at Duquesne to submit applications, and we were able to award them a $5,000 scholarship to 2 awardees across all of the applicants. And this year we were able to identify 1 awardee that will help us kick off the scholarship sort of train again. And I would like for you all to please give a round of applause to this year's winner, Shi Tai Wang. Please stand. All right, thanks very much, Shi Tai. Spend that money wisely. So at this point, I'd like to invite our conversationalists to come to the stage. So Emma, Jade, Tim, Jackie, come on up here. So we don't want this to be like a typical panel conversation where some question gets answered and everybody just, a question gets asked and then each person just answers like one after the other. We want folks to actually be in conversation with one another. And a part of our theme here today, obviously, in terms of building community, sitting down and actually talking with other people, listening to other people is something that is very integral to building this sense of community that we want to foster. In this particular conversation, like many of the sessions that we had today, we got to hear youth voices. You got to hear voices of elder folk who have been dedicated to racial justice for many, many years. And today I wanted to have a conversation that put them both in the same space together to reflect on the day, but for them to come to a shared vision one where the elders can look to the past and say, look at how far we've come, and the youth can help say, hey, even though we've come a long way, this is where we want to go. And how do we figure that out together, right? And so I will let the panelists introduce themselves in terms of names, where you're from, and then just tell everybody, like, why are you here? What brings you to the summit?
Hello.
Yep.
My name is Jade Heflin. I currently go to City High.
Yeah. Why are you here at the summit?
I chose to be here because I take a lot of pride in the color of my skin, and I want to take the opportunity to educate a lot of people on the issues that people of color face, and just have a conversation with people and figure out how to not to perpetuate racism, and how to stop a lot of things that go on in our communities and recognize things that aren't right. So to point it out and say, hey, like, that's actually racist. Like, let's not keep starting that, and take pride in the color of our skin. Oh, and I'm representing Yes Teen Council here in Pittsburgh. Yes Teen Council.
Yeah.
Yes Teen. Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Emma Ibarra Romano. I'm here with Casa San Jose. And I've been a part of Casa San Jose since I was 6 years old. And coming from a Latino family with a American as a parent as well was hard for me, because I've struggled with a lot of racism in my life, and a feeling of uncomfortable, and not understanding exactly where my place stands here in Pittsburgh. I wanted to say thank you to Casa for helping me throughout everything that I've been through and helping my family. And I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Hi, folks, and thanks for being here today. It's a long day, so glad you're all still here. My name's Jacquae Smith, and I work with the Human Rights City Alliance and live on the East End. But I'm here because, and since we're on an intergenerational panel, I'll give a little reflection on the big picture of why I'm here. I'm here because over the course of my life, I've met many elders who've given me inspiration and guidance to live a lifestyle that's about changing the world that I'm in and making it more just. And that has helped given me the tools and the perseverance that it takes, because it's not easy work, and it's not gonna happen in a semester of school. It's not gonna happen in a year or 5 years. It really is about making a commitment with our lives to spend the time that we need to work together with other people, face to face, to really figure out how do we get the world we need. Because none of us knows how we do that, but if we look around, there's folks that have been walking the walk for a while, and we can always learn something from them. And so I'm very grateful for those elders who've taught me. And I'll pass it on to one of our elders that we're very fortunate, who's created this space, which was so valuable when I first moved to Pittsburgh, to learn about what's going on in this community, because I was new and moving here from another activist community, and I needed a new one to work in, and I met so many of the folks that kept me going and plugged me into the right places here. So I think a key lesson that I hope younger folks learn is always work on those relationships, always try to be open to the learning across generations, especially from people who were around before the current number 47 president, because you need some inspiration from us.
Well,
I'm here because they told me to be here. Somebody said I might get an award, so I said I should be here. My name's Tim Stevens, and they call me the founder. Usually if you're the founder, you're old. And I am, but I try to be young. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging this late, too. I just wrote something down. If you looked at this, you will understand why when I go to a store, sometimes I ask someone, what does that say? My vice chair of the Black Political Empowerment Project, which I'm CEO and founder, is 31 years old. As of May 4th of this past year, I hit a particularly important year, and when this ends, I have to go to a party for an 80-year-old who's part of my corporate equity and inclusion roundtable group that deals with black employment and black entrepreneurship. But last May 4th, I hit that same number. So my vice chair is 31, Dalen A. Davis. I hit 80, so that means we're 49 years difference. And when I joked with him about that, I said, 49 years from now, Dalen, will you still be doing this stuff? So, I mean, it's a crazy thought, isn't it? So one of the things that we hope that you guys as very young folks, now you may not be doing all this stuff at 80 or 75 or whatever, but if you're going to get work done, you have to kind of stay the course. Does that make sense for a while? If you're going to change the world, you have to be in it and kind of stick with whatever it is you're trying to do. So that's just a thought. But let me say this. I don't know how long you're going to be active, but there are young people who are not active at all. So hopefully you will stay the course for a good while. But let's give them a hand for being active right now. And hopefully you'll have a commitment to keep moving.
There's lots of old people that aren't active at all, too, and so we still have some work, Tim.
So I'm curious from the younger folks, when you think about staying committed to racial justice for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, like what does that mean to you? Like what do you even think about that in the long run? A lifelong commitment to something, what does that mean to you at this time in your life?
I would definitely say that right now, I should stick with yes, because they support me and they're giving me the opportunities I need to be here right now. So I definitely want to shout out them. And I also think that in the future, if this is going to be a lifelong commitment, that I need to reach more people. I think that my voice needs to be heard by as many people as possible, which means that I think I also need to be in a position of power.
Black woman in position of power.
As a kid, when people asked me my career and everything, I said that I want to be the first female black president of the United States. Hey. And I would say it's still a possibility, so that if I want to keep this course, that position of power would be the highest one that I would want to take. But right now, I'm gonna think a little smaller, a little more local. I definitely want to be a part of more community spaces, not just Yes Teen Council, but anywhere in Pittsburgh. And I want to talk to people of power, definitely speaking to our mayor, and getting to the people who run things to talk to them about what they're doing right, not just only what they're doing wrong and what they need to keep doing. And I think that it's also important to talk to people in my generation, the community that I'm in, or people that go to my school, because we're the generation who's going to be living in this world that we're making. So I think that's also important to talk about people my age.
So I definitely agree with what Jade said. Voice matters, expressing yourself matters, and having people hear your opinions and your thoughts and sharing what you truly feel, I feel like that matters the most. But I feel like that doesn't only matter for adults and kids my age, but kids younger, for them to understand where they belong and the roots that they came from. And working with CASA and being able to experience multiple different organizations, not only just CASA, but having them help out and show other organizations that help with so much more, just like college and everything else that a young teen like me needs for my life in the future. I feel like that matters for people to, express themselves more and know that they have a purpose in life, and it's something that, they have power and a better understanding for.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, it's your conversation.
This is, I'm going back to something you said earlier. You weren't here this morning, right? You been all day? Oh. So you heard my speech. I didn't, well, great. We're at such a difficult time, and as I said this morning, this is not the country that I thought I was told we were going to be when I grew up in the Hill District. And you are sharing some of the pain that is going on in this country, but you are experiencing it yourself. How old are you? May I ask your age?
I'm 17. I turn 18 this October.
18?
This October.
Okay, so you'll be voting in the November 3rd election, right? Because we vote in each and every election. But you expressed some honest feeling about what you've experienced as a 17-year-old going on 18. Have you felt that pain basically your whole life, or just in recent years as you maybe became more conscious of being, let's say, an older teen?
I can say that I've basically experienced this my whole life, because the schools that I've been to have been all white schools, and there was never really diversity in my schools. And ever since I was little in elementary, I've experienced racism with teachers and students my age.
Racism with students and teachers. And you're still smiling. So you have some young folks down here supporting you, and you have adults in the room supporting you. What can you teach us of how you've survived at this point to feel the comfort to sit on this stage with these people who you don't know, including a bunch of adults, and share that intimate story? Because what you're talking about has a lot of depth of what the Racial Justice Summit is about. You know, building bridges. We have Yvette, where'd she go? Oh, she. When we started the Black-White Reunion, our theme was building bridges. And we've broken some bridges in this country, haven't we? Particularly this past year or so. How can we build those bridges with folks that are experiencing what you're experiencing. Literally, this isn't something in a storybook for you or on the news, it's in your life. Can you share with us? And the sensitivities that we need to have when we run into people who are different, because that's part of what the Black and White Reunion Racial Justice Summit is about, is respecting each other, right? Of whatever. Black folks have had to do that. I'm in a fraternity. I'm kind of trifling right now, but Alpha Phi fraternity, years ago, not when I was active, but you had to look pretty much like me. I mean by the light-skinned Negro. If you were dark-skinned at a time with Alpha Phi fraternity, you couldn't join. So we divide ourselves often. I mean, that has been fixed. My dean was dark-skinned. My best friend who became an Alpha was dark-skinned, as my father was. But and we're still dealing with that. But the whole country is dealing with stuff. But I don't want you as a 17-year-old to have to deal with what you're dealing with. How have you sustained your strength? And what can you tell us?
What's kept me going so far has probably just been the words of my dad and the words of my family. That other people's opinion doesn't matter, whether if they're talking about your color or the way that you express yourself. What matters is how you feel, and just to tone out the bad negativity around you, because at the end of the day, it's your life, and you get to express your own feelings in the way that you think and the way that you talk to others. That it's possible for you to connect with people around you, but not everybody's your friend at the end of the day. Only you are able to decide who you can trust and know the right people who are gonna be there for you no matter what and support you throughout whatever decision that you want.
Thanks for sharing that.
I mean, if you have something to add or build on, go for it.
I want to know a little bit about the Yes Teen Council. And it sounds like you're trying to create a creative structure to bring youth voices into power. If I'm understanding right from some of your story and your ambition. So maybe if I can hear a little more about that, because I think what I've learned over many years of doing this work is that the system that's in place is set up to keep things the same and to keep the power structures that be in place. And so if we want a different system, we have to create new structures and ways to remedy some of the exclusions that we see in the existing political system, economic system, in the media, even in our activism. So maybe hear a little bit more about what you all do, and let's maybe think about what would the kind of system that we need to address systemic racism and inequality and create a more just and equal, sustainable world, what would that look like? And is Yes Teen Council maybe a structure that can help us get there and bring you to the White House one day?
This year when I joined Yes, a good couple months ago, I ran for president, and I became junior president with my senior president being Manny in the audience. I'm very grateful that my peers entrusted me to help lead them to the position of success that I want us to all be in. At Yes, it's all youth. I mean, we do have adults who support us and try to get us connected, but I think that it's a very educational space where we learn, where we're bringing people, and we'll learn what we are capable of doing in the world and where we stand. we were learning about what rights we have and like what we can say yes and no to. I remember one of the most impactful sessions for me was when someone came in and we were talking about our rights just as American citizens, and like when you're being detained or arrested and what's legal and not legal, because I know that especially young people nowadays, we don't get to talk about that a lot. When there's a lot of injustice when being pulled over by a cop, and what you can and can't do, what you should and shouldn't do, and how some police don't have the right to do some things that you do. And we learned about that. We can learn to say no to some things, and stuff like that, the right to record, for our safety. And we just learned about how to successfully proceed, and we're able to get connected with people in power also. Recently, we were connected with some police deputies to try to make some relations with them, to try not to have so many negative connotations with police, especially as young Black people of color. We usually have negative stereotypes against them, we're afraid or we don't like them. But we want to try to build bridges, like you said, and we want to try to get in connection with people so that they hear us. And they did hear us. They were there to hear what they can do to be more helpful, to be friendly, and everything like that. And they were trying to connect with us and have more community events where they're just where they're people, where they're not in their uniforms, everything like that, and where they're listened to kids like us about our opinions and what we actually want to see from them. Not just all the negative things, but to build some positive memories with people in the community. So we'll keep doing that at YES and getting with people to know that we can trust these people, that they're listening to us and that they hear us and they value their opinions. So I want to stay at YES to get in more contact with people so that our voices can be heard and that we can be represented as teens, because often we're not, people will say that they're listening, but they're not listening. They're not really hearing what we're saying, or they're not interpreting it correctly. And there are people out there who are really trying to work with us to make sure that they understand us and to interpret our ideas and our opinions correctly. So at YES, we try to do that, and we try to promote voices and a lot of education, just in the world, and things that we should know that we're not getting taught in schools and everything.
Did you say you were the president of your group?
Yes, junior president.
I could see why. Can you see why?
Yeah.
Come on. That's great. I'd like to ask the two of you a question. One of the things we've done with BPEP in recent years, the Black Political Empowerment Project, we've been dealing with intergenerational leadership. That's the example, that was the clearest example of my vice chair of BPEP is, 49 years younger than I am. And we have folks in their 30s and early 50s and all that kind of thing. But what do you think, either one of you can answer, that adults don't understand about young people today? That we should know, to think about at least, that would help intergenerational relations, and particularly with adults and teenagers. You have any thoughts about that? Stuff that you would like to tell adults if you were in a room by yourself. Nobody's here. It's just the four of us. But seriously, that you would want adults to know that maybe they never thought about, that would improve the relationship between adults and teenagers and young adults. If you have thoughts, you may not have any.
I feel like understanding, an adult understanding their kid is the most important part, because bullying is a big thing, and I know with younger people today, and I feel like a lot of parents, they'll come home from work and the student will come home from school and a parent will ask their child, well, how was your day at school? And a lot of kids are scared to like tell their parents or tell like adults around them that what they're dealing with. So
They don't want to say
yeah, they don't want to say.
how their day went.
They'll say like, oh yeah, my day was fine, it was normal, it's cool, it's whatever. But they're just scared to like talk to somebody about what they're dealing with. And it may not be online, but it can also be social as well, because I know I've had like experiences with it, but I've grown to have a stronger connection and stronger bond with my father, enough that I can trust him to tell him that, hey, these things are going on at school and I'm not too sure what to do about it. Or sometimes I'll even go to the school counselor and I'll be like, hey, so usually I'm not comfortable with talking to people or older adults because I haven't been due to like, personal experiences. But I've learned that over time that not all adults are bad, and there are a lot of adults.
Write that down. Not all adults are bad.
That there's a lot of adults in younger people's lives that are there to support them and care about them no matter what they're going through.
I definitely agree. I think that a lot of adults, like career-based, like teachers, they need to see like students not as students, but also young adults growing into adults. Like, you're not just there to do your job, but like you should do more, like kind of thing. Like I know some parents are there to like provide food, shelter, water, all the basic necessities, but also like they're teaching you how to walk in life. Teachers, I don't think should just be there to teach you the curriculum, but also to inspire you to seek out more knowledge. I, for one, I love learning. I think that knowledge really is power, and I want to learn a lot. And I think that one reason why kids aren't engaged in school is because they're like, I'm never going to use this information. I think that kids will be more willing to learn when they care about what they're learning about. And I think that's a problem on both ends. One, some kids or some young adults don't care about what's not affecting them, which can be very harmful because I think that everything affects everyone. Like, I think it's a privilege to just like have to not care, so it's on the students to care. But I think it's also on the teachers or adults to start giving us information that we can use, knowledge that is useful to us that we're going to use in the future to make us successful. Not to just like pass the test, but to stuff that we can actually take into life and like care about, the stuff that we'll be telling our kids about, and like this is advice that someone gave me that I use for the rest of my life. And I think that we should get that more often, because when I'm talking to older people, like my grandma or like my mom, they'll tell me something and it will really stick with me or resonate with me. And they said, someone told me this when I was young and I wanted to tell it to you. But it's very rare when they do that. And I think that if more knowledge was given to me, I could give it to others as well.
Give it away.
I would give it away. I don't think that people should have to. Some spaces are like, I was gonna say some spaces are harder to get into than others, like college. You need to pay for college. You need to pay for all the information that you get, and some of it should really come free. I think that I would give away the knowledge that I have so other people can also succeed with that useful information, not just all the stuff that they teach us to pass our tests.
Yeah.
I'm going to swing this over to Jacquie.
I got a question for you all, too, based on what Jade and Emma had shared. What I'm hearing from them is that kind of culture of care coming from adults in their lives is something that's allowed them to thrive, to build trust, to build confidence in themselves, to get mentorship, advising. And I'm curious, Tim and Jackie, as probably having a lot of time talking with people younger than yourselves, to say, like, what have you told somebody or done to communicate to a younger person that you do care about them in a way that stuck and resonated in the ways that they're kind of asking?
I was thinking of another response too.
But yeah, but do both, yeah.
I mean, I think caring, expressing caring is listening and taking time to ask questions of, you know, hey, what are you doing? What are you interested in? And inviting. I'm a teacher in college, and so I try to invite my students to do things outside of our regular classroom, because the classroom is structured in many ways that don't really let us do some of the things that really we would like in terms of inspiring really creativity and allowing students to explore things that they may be passionate about. You know, there's institutional arrangements that we've got to conform to. So I think, I mean, one question that your answers to that last question inspired for me is, you know, the problems that you speak of really go beyond individual level of, you know, individuals need to be nicer, take more time, or, you know, at the dinner table, you know, really try to figure out how to get young people to talk about their experiences. I mean, there's big changes in our society that are making bullying more common, that are making parents come home more tired or really exhausted and rushed. And people don't have a lot of time. Their students get really scheduled, right? You come home from school, you gotta eat, you gotta go to practice or do your homework. So there's lots of constraints that make it hard to do some of the things that humans have always done. I mean, our world is getting faster and faster, and the technology that we're surrounded with, I think, is the biggest driver of that. And we're often just kind of caught up in a tide that we just go along with the new technologies and don't ask, how is that changing our relationships? How is it changing our communities? That we now spend most of our time on a screen and not seeing people face to face. And that is new. That is like the most recent generations of humans are different from every other generation of humans past. That you spend more time communicating on a screen than you do face to face. But for the entire human history, we've evolved as a species, and our culture has developed because of face-to-face communication. So I struggle with, how do we deal with this? Because every day we see different ways that this manifests. And in my classroom, just getting students to put their phones away so they can learn is impossible. And so, I don't know, I think I really worry about the future generations, about, you know, when you're president, even getting to be president, how can this happen if we're constantly, you know, if we've got these gigantic problems, bigger than any previous generation has had to confront, and yet we have more difficulty talking to one another, trusting one another. We don't see one another, so we don't, you know, we don't have that trust or that relationship that can allow us to work together. And so I think that's it's not a challenge just for younger generations, but you gotta live with it longer. I mean, we grew up and people knew how to work together. They knew how to organize together, and I think those skills, we've lost them in the course of recent decades. So I worry about, you know, where we're leaving you, but I think it's on all of us to figure out, how do we figure out what to do with this situation, and how do we manage technology in a way that doesn't undermine those human relationships that are really essential to doing what you all really need. Yeah, the building bridges.
Let me lighten it a little bit. No, I'd be sorry. That was good. That was good. Can everybody say air conditioning?
Air conditioning.
Everybody say air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
What the hell does that have to do with what you just said? I have this theory. I do, HP. When air conditioning came along, with more and more Americans having air conditioning, the relationship between neighbors began to drop. Think about it. Particularly in our black communities, which are generally poorer. When in the summertime, you were just out on the porch sweating, complaining about the heat and the sweat and the bugs, the flies, but you had conversations about it. Now, you go in the house, turn on the air conditioning, and keep moving. A lot of people who have garages, which I do not have, they just drive into the house. They don't even have to look at anybody or say anything. So we've kind of, as the technology increases, which in many ways are advantages to us, right? But there are disadvantages, such as human interaction. Does that think about it, air conditioning. Something as simple as air conditioning. I truly believe it's cut down interaction between neighbors. The phone. How many of you have been in restaurants where you see 4 or 5 people, they're all on the phones?
And not just ordering.
And not just ordering. They already ordered their chicken and their whatever. And they're on the phone. And one day I watched a couple, and I thought it was humorous. They were so much on the phone. Like, where do they know these people? So we have and as technology increases, as Jackie said, it's probably going to increase these kind of breakdowns in human relations. So you all have work to do. We all have work to do, right? About how we interact, how we build those bridges. And it's not an easy solution, because these advantages have brought us disadvantages as human beings, I think, in maybe too many cases. Let me ask you, Mr. President here. Do you think, or have you ever had young people as a group, maybe 10, 15, whatever, go to city council or county council on an issue, that they go to council and they actually say, this is what I believe, this is what I agree with, this is what I oppose. So those young people actually get the sense of power, because they're interacting with those in power and giving them their opinions. Not all council people will react positively, but some, I think, would be thrilled to see young people come down and give their opinions on whatever, particularly if it's opinions on things that affect them, such as police policies, housing policies, educational policies at the school board. What do you think about that?
In, I believe, May, I'm actually going to go do just that. Yes, I'm supposed to go, I think, into Harrisburg, and go speak with the representative of our state to talk about some issues that I believe are important, especially among like our youth and everything like that. Just like within our youth, or anything that I deem to be important, anything that like affects me or my community, or that I see affecting the people around me. And hopefully I can see some changes that are being made after I bring up the concerns that I have.
I was in a session today where we asked the question with the Allegheny Vote Coalition. One of the questions that you could have gotten a prize for is, do you have to be 18 or above to register people to vote? Do you know the answer to that? Either one of you?
Don't you have to, don't you have to
Do
be
you
18?
have to be 18 or above to register adults to vote?
To register an adult to vote?
Well, those
Yes.
are the only people that can vote, are 18 and above.
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Okay, it's kind of it's a tricky type question, and I think a lot of people would not answer that correctly. You could be 15 and register somebody to vote, you just can't vote, but you can register others and empower. Young adults can empower their own parents and grandparents and whatever. Know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's something to think about, because you're more powerful than you may think. And some adults may be shamed into registering to vote because a 15-year-old, 17-year-old, 16-year-old comes up and say, Mr. Smith, are you registered to vote? And Mr. Smith says, I guess not. And you say, well, Mr. Smith, I'm 15 or I'm whatever, and I can't vote, but I want you to vote because I'm going to vote when I hit 18. Would you be a part of making their community stronger? And some people might be shamed into registering. I'm serious. Sometimes, does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
That's an exciting possibility. So we could have a whole train of young people coming up to adults. And if adults say, can you register me? And you say yes. Thank you very much. Here's the registration form. Welcome to empowerment.
And I'll add something that, in addition to registering people to vote, I think what we all have to think about is how do we give people something to vote for?
Yeah.
Right? You know, we don't want the same old platform. And what we talk about in the Human Rights City movement is we talk about having political and legal imagination. We're asked to vote for candidates, but we're not really given any new ideas and policies. And so the human rights approach says if we start with people and not with the idea that we have to appease businesses so that we bring money into the city or jobs so that we can do what we need to do, it says, hey, we as a city or as a country, community, we want to put people's needs first, and then we're going to figure out how we get there. And that might mean we have to raise taxes on certain groups of people that don't pay enough. That's what I mean by political and legal imagination. It's about stepping on toes, thinking outside the box of the usual solutions, and figuring out what are the real solutions. How are we going to, end student debt and stop putting young people in a position where they can't afford housing when they graduate because they've got too much debt from paying for their education, which should have been free. Education's a human right. Why do we put students into debt to go to college? But then how do we figure out a system or an approach or political strategy for changing that? That requires some creativity, and I think all of us really have to figure out how do we think about the solutions we need, and then figure out from there how do we get there. But often we stop and we think about how do we get somebody elected so we can do whatever's allowed within this narrow roadway that we're given. But maybe we need to take an entirely different path. So when Jade, when you run, how can you put forward a platform that's really about the kind of liberatory vision of a society that we want? And how do we all help envision that so Jade gets enough votes to overcome all the electoral hurdles and gerrymandering and all that's rigging the game? But we know we can do it because we've elected some good political leaders. Summerlee, we've got some good leaders that should inspire us. But it really does take, I say, coloring outside the lines, figuring out what do we need, and then, how we get there starts there. We usually start with how do we elect the person that might be able to move us a little bit in that direction.
All right, so I want to have us wrap up conversation that Time went a little faster than I thought, and the conversation went a lot like I thought it would between youth and elders in many ways. But I want to give the spotlight to our youth for just one more last comment to think of as you reflect on your experience of the day here at the summit and this conversation. Is there one thing that makes you think more clearly about the future of racial justice in your lives here in Pittsburgh and beyond? What's an important lesson you learned that's changed the way you view this, Emma and Jade? And this might be a big, tough question, but definitely want to hear. What do you think about the future?
The group of people I presented to were very open. They were much better than I ever expected because they cared. They were listening to understand, and they inquired about things that they didn't understand. And they really cared, and they showed us that they cared. And the thing that I want to take away from this is that the people who care will listen to you and want to make that change with you. You just have to find them because they are out there. And I'm so happy that I found the people here, the people who are actually willing to listen to me in my group and actually make a change. That it's very difficult to change people's minds, but oftentimes there are people who just are a little quieter than others, and you have to actually talk with them to hear them and like understand their opinion and know that there are people supporting you in the background, that there are always going to be people out there who will shame the same opinions that you do. You just have to find them. So that's what I want to take away from today.
I have I want to ask you a question. This is kind of sensitive, but we're here to have breakthroughs. What would you like to say? Nobody's here but the four of us. To white people, to brown people, other black people who treat you as though you don't belong here. What would you really want to say to them? What would you want to tell them of how they're making you feel? And also the humanity that they are missing by saying the things they say. Nobody's here but the four of us.
I could say that color doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. No. Whether you're white, brown, black, Asian, Middle Eastern, it doesn't matter. That at the end of the day, everybody is able to form into their own person. And I know, speaking from personal experiences, I've had a white girl at my school. I would tell everybody that I'm not from here. I wasn't born in the America. I would tell them that I was born in Mexico because I knew my school was severely racist, and that a lot of times people mattered about like where you come from. So I would sit there and tell them, oh yeah, I was born in Mexico, and they would call me an illegal alien and a whole bunch of stuff like that. And I found out that from telling people that whether I'm here or not, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter, because there's always gonna be people who look down on you just for the color of your skin or the way that you act. And I feel like with what I said earlier, that like at the end of the day, only you know who are the right people that you can trust. I feel like that's like a big thing. So I would tell them that color doesn't matter, and that they should change their own personal opinion, or maybe go to an organization or just a group of colored people and get to know their cultural backgrounds and the roots that they came from, because you can't judge a book by its cover.
All right. So yeah, let's give a round of applause to all the panelists today. Kept it a little late. So, yeah, thank you all today for joining us at the Pittsburgh Racial Justice Summit for the sessions we've had, this conversation, the time and community, joy and music that we've got to share with each other, and some pretty good sandwiches too at lunch, I might say. So just a couple quick announcements and thank yous. So one, somebody left a phone earlier at the back of the auditorium that's up at the registration desk. So if you misplaced your phone, it's up there. But otherwise, I want to thank a lot of the other folks who have helped make this happen this weekend for us. So many thanks to our partner, Opportunity Fund, as well as our sponsors, YWCA Greater Pittsburgh, and CCAC, of course, for hosting, and to many, many sponsors here, UPMC, Pittsburgh Center for Creative Reuse, WZUM, Sisters of St. Joseph, University of Pittsburgh, Center for Race and Social Problems, Pennsylvania Women Work, and the Pittsburgh Human Rights Commission, as well as many donors, named and unnamed, who have given a little bit and sometimes a lot to help make the summit happen. And we just, once again, really appreciate your time, your attention, your commitment to racial justice, and being in community with us today. So thank you all. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Give it up for Kevin Jarbo, ladies and gentlemen. Jarbo. His wife and the little babies over there. And we're
last
happy
but not
for you.
least, if you do have summit feedback to share with us, you can scan this QR code and fill out the form online to let us know how we did, how we can make things better, how we can get you back here next year and bring a couple friends with you. But other than that, have a really wonderful weekend, everybody.